Hello everyone and welcome to Fight Night Legends EU, brought to you by Giant Slayer and Wisdom. My name is Scarzig and I'm joined on the desk by Impetuous Panda. Welcome in.
Thank you, Scarzig. Very excited for today. We saw the Echo Zillion dominance, the timeline no one could have ever expected going into this meta. But we will see today if that will continue or if there is, some new hot deck that these players are now testing and trying to cement in this competitive scene.
Yeah, the meta right now is very stringent, I feel, where it's like you're playing Sundisk, you beat Sundisk, or you beat everything that beats Sundisk. And in a format like this, where you are allowed to ban one of your opponent's decks, it does open up a lot of options within those other categories.
Yeah, precisely. I mean, it's going to be, again, the last 3 weeks, I think we've seen kind of new decks come up where it was like very Demacia controlled when Castman won, and then it's been evolving little by little, and obviously we're getting closer to the seasonal. Things are starting to now not just be, hey, I'm grinding ladder to 1 KLP. Instead, it's, thinking about lineups, thinking about, tournament setting, and what decks are going to perform best when it comes time for that big tournament. The last one that would be broadcasted especially, so it's going to be a special one, but the meta especially, I think is going to be very interesting to see how it continues to evolve and what it ends up cementing to when it's the weekend of the 17th of May or so coming up very soon.
Yeah, so coming up very soon for that tournament. But regarding this one, just to remind all of our newer viewers about the format for today's event, we have our 8 invited players from all across Europe for a double elimination bracket. The matches will all be best of 3. The players bring 3 decks with no duplicate region combinations, no champion overlap as well. As I said before, you get to ban one of your opponent's decks and then play out that best of 3 with your remaining decks. And then the players are still fighting for our classic $200 prize pool, with the top 2 players being invited back for the next fight night. As always, because it's a double elimination bracket, we have that chance of the player from the loser's bracket to win in the grand finals and get that bracket reset to play out another best of 3.
And talking about the players, let's see who has been invited to this week's Fight Night, who has come back, of course. We have Gouda, a name that everyone now is familiar with, especially after his great performance last week that he did end up winning that Fight Night. We have Tricky from Ireland, one of the countries that's not usually represented in Fight Night or in the big tournaments and season, etc. But Tricky is one of the players that is trying to put Ireland on the map when it comes to competitive Runeterra. We have Aaron, we have Juf Lamparci, a name that I'm very happy to pronounce properly. He is Polish, of course, so kind of my home ground right now.
Well played.
We have Broken Ball and Physical, 2 big names in the EMEA competitive scene. And Talpinator and Duno, 2 players that aren't maybe as well known. Italy and Portugal are the countries they're representing. Especially Duno, someone that I think we haven't seen in Fight Night before. I hope I'm not butchering his name either. I'm not sure the GP's for Gangplank or not, but we'll leave it a mystery for now. But we'll see what his decks look like, and maybe that's going to be the case. He might be a Gangplank cosplayer, possibly.
Exactly. I mean, for Fight Night Legends, this is always a great showcase for some of the best players across, the EMEA region, but it's also a great way for up-and-coming names to kind of get out there and become, more well-known across the community. So I'm really excited to see with what these newer players can do. But the first game that we do have set up for y'all is going to be Tricky versus Gouda, and we're going to kick things off by getting a closer look at Tricky's lineup. As you mentioned, a bit of a younger player from Ireland, but is still trying to make it work, right? Put that region on the map, and a lot of the strongest regions, right, that are really respected across the scene right now kind of got started on the backs of 1 or 2 players, like performing well in the tournaments and recruiting other players from that region for like scrims and things of that nature, and giving them the confidence to take that plunge into the competitive as well.
I'm sure Tricky will try his best to qualify Ireland to the next Masters Europe if it does exist. We're not entirely sure where that timeline's at, but hopefully number 4 is coming up in the future. And Gouda, someone that, kind of, as you said, put Morocco on the map with the qualification to Masters Europe number 3, putting himself on the map as a player that was just so dominant that season that Sion came out. He was just dominating the ladder for EMEA, and has continued to do so all throughout, this season as well, but really all throughout these past few months. So a great player coming, trying to come back for the back-to-back on this week, trying to win this fight again, but is going to have still a long journey ahead of him with 6 rounds to go. We are just starting off now, and it looks like we have a very new deck list format, visual format.
This is from Tricky, and I like this too, that we have to shift the meta because everybody's been running piles trying to troll the Giant Slayer like deck showcase where all their cards don't fit. So we're one step ahead of y'all. This is a Hex Core Foundry list from Tricky. Now this is a very old archetype where this style of mushroom Ezreal control was, you know, the anti-control vibe at the time, right? If you had a deck that was playing very slowly, this could kind of just kick back, put a ton of mushrooms in the enemy deck, and then they would just slowly burn themselves out through that battle of attrition. And I like that Tricky is keeping an open mind and wanting to revisit this archetype. When you're playing against Sundisk, perhaps, if they go for the Emperor's deck, that deck only has like 15 or 20 cards in it, and all of those cards also have the extra effect of drawing more cards. So it would be like playing Mushrooms versus Deep. You wait for them to throw away their deck and only have a few cards left, and then you suddenly throw tons of mushrooms into that deck, and maybe you burn them out.
Definitely one of my favorite decks. Not all-time favorite, but definitely one of the decks that I've enjoyed playing a lot on ladder when it had its time to shine. And it's one of those decks that, you know, kind of falls out of the meta until, you know, a big new deck comes in. And, you know, after losing to it 20 times in a row, some players on the ladder are going to start thinking, you know, what is the weakness? What can I do to stop this specific deck? I don't care about the rest of the matchups. And then, like you said, this deck all of a sudden starts drawing so many cards. You have a chance to give them mushrooms and to kind of mess with their own game plan in a very specific way. And I think that might be the idea here for Tricky. But let's look at his next deck. It's going to be also, you know, some landmark synergy. I do kind of love all of a sudden these players are now bringing these thematic lineups with the landmark lineup for Tricky. I'm on board with the idea, so props to Tricky for doing this. And it's going to be a Targon Speak deck with Blade Ravine as well, and just the usual combination of cards that, you know, Extasio has made so popular on the EMEA region, in tournaments especially.
This deck is a meme no longer. It's always been considered a, you know, like a high roll deck, but there's just been a handful of players, right, like Extasio and Coinflip, who have been really advocating for this deck for, you know, eons at this point. And with the recent buff to She Who Wanders, it just gives you an extra bomb that you can potentially ramp into and just destroy your opponent. And of course, this is rounded off by Sundisk, another landmark deck that, you know, needs to be respected. As I said earlier, you either ban the Sundisk, you're trying to beat it, or you're trying to beat the other decks that are trying to aggro down Sundisk. It has a fantastic mid-range game plan on its face, and then just has that extra power spike of the Sundisk itself.
I like the power spice more.
Power spice.
Give me that power spice. That's what we need for these players. They need the power spice. And I love the idea of these decks that were considered memes suddenly now being competitive. It was the case with Targon's Peak with, you know, Echo Zillion. Maybe Deep is next on the line, hopefully, if the devs, you know, change some stuff. But we're looking at the pick and ban now. Gouda is on Echo Zillion, as we saw him last week. He is on the Victor deck as well. I'm pretty sure this is the exact lineup from last week. Correct me if I'm wrong. It was definitely a lineup that was brought by one of the top players.
And the thing about the Aphelios Vi, like, that deck has so much flexibility. So does Victor Lee Sin. There is a lot of changes there. Tricky's so excited. I mean, Gouda's so excited after getting that ban through, just banning the Sundisk, playing against the other lists. Now, this matchup seems like it could be a pretty bad one because of She Who Wanders coming through and just like obliterating everything. That means you can't revive your board with like Chrono Break. But the idea here simply is that Targon's Peak gives you so much chance to set up for free in the early mid game, mulliganing for Zillion, getting those time bombs, and if you're just duplicating your cards, you know, the She Who Wanders isn't going to do enough. You're just going to go ahead and chump block everything. Normally, the Feel the Rush with Tryndamere and Trundle gives you that overwhelm threat, but as long as you can block Zoe and chump block Aurelion Sol, the Feel the Rush isn't the biggest threat in this deck any longer.
Zoe coming down on turn 1 is always going to be good news for any Targon Peak deck, or really any Targon deck in general. You know, it's going to be a big power play because it's something that you can lean on as kind of an alternate win condition. It just gives you so much value, and it has to be answered. There, you know, it creates this immediacy on the board where the opponent has to start respecting you and has to start thinking of ways to remove the Zoe at some point.
The Zoe gives you that early pressure, and we have two decks who are in just a precarious position of, I can't really answer my opponent's board. I need to focus on my win condition and just trust that it is stronger. Tricky does not have Targon's Peak in hand as of yet, and Gouda's already on the way to getting this Echo set up and going for a really huge mid-game swing.
We'll see what can be found here. Crescent Strike is going to be decent, not necessarily incredible. I mean, there are going to be some wide attacks you want to try and have some defense for, but overall, not really the case for Echo Zillion. It's just a deck that kind of combos you out instead of just slowly grinding you out with big, wide attacks. And like you said, the biggest thing for Tricky is finding Targon's Peak, finding that win condition, and stalling until he's able to get to that point.
We need Targon's Peak. We might need like Blighted Ravine or something to just keep this board wiped. If you're going to wipe the board, you have to do it before those chrono breaks come down and start becoming a threat to just revive the entire board. Tricky also doing the smart thing, picking up Equinox, trying to account for Voice of the Risen. If you can take that out of the equation as well, even if there is a wide swing with a rally, there's actually not a lot of attack power coming through just yet. So very good pickup, good adaptation for this matchup that is considered to be, pretty uncommon at this point, despite all factors pointing towards Echo Zillion not being that good. The players that have been on it, like Gouda has for a very, very long time, are still managing to make it pop off, especially in a tournament setting.
Rite of Negation was picked up there by Gouda. Of course, there's going to be these massive spells in Targon's Peak. Usually you're trying to have, a few cards stall you to the point where you can get Targon's Peak on the board. Everything else is payoff for Targon's Peak, where you're able to cheat out these massive cards that cost so much mana for free, thanks to the effect from the landmark. And that's the case with Feel the Rush, for example. So having a way to at least have one, stop doing this for now, at least for one turn, is going to be massive for Gouda by picking up that Rite of Negation.
So Tricky's in a bit of a bind here. We do have the Ground Slam to stop the Echo from getting that 0-mana time trick, but no landmarks have been developed yet, so it's not also going to deal damage. And opts for the super cool star chart and picks up Crescent Strike to just hold down this board for now. One of the ways you can kind of shut down this board, aside from answering Voice of the Risen, is keeping this Echo contained. Without the time tricks, without those predict draws, it becomes much harder for them to set up the chrono breaks consistently. And if another Blighted Ravine or an Avalanche comes through to wipe out this board, then Tricky's going to be in a fantastic spot. Here's Targon's Peak off the top, and if this hits it, that stairs, things could swing wildly back into Tricky's favor here.
There is going to be still mana up for Rite of Negation, so any spells that end up hitting in the next few turns, I think Gouda's going to be constantly playing this mini game of keeping up that 4 mana, of trying to at least threat that he has this option. But there, like you said, Equinox coming down on Voice of the Risen, a massive counter for just 1 mana, a perfect way to all of a sudden make all these huge threats not seem so huge anymore, and buy you the time to play a landmark that does essentially nothing for 5 mana.
Oh, fantastic. Gets the Serpent off a super cool star chart. You get to spend all of your mana, dump as many cards as possible, and try to manipulate the Targon's Peak to hit the targets you want. If that stairs is what you're hoping for, but Aurelion Sol is good too.
Blighted Ravine was the answer. There was a 50% chance of hitting one of the big boys in this hand right now, but it's going to be Blighted Ravine instead, which is not going to be terrible. You're going to be able to clean up most of this board if you're able to get some good blocks here.
So we got a nice wide swing coming through. Echo still may be able to use that time trick to get the chrono break. And yeah, there's a respectable amount of damage coming through despite everything. Yep, so you have to chump block the board down. And this is where the rally pressure starts to become a little bit of an issue.
This is the thing with Echo Zillion. Without Voice of the Risen, without the chrono break, it's really not that menacing. Looking at this huge wide attack, you're taking 4 damage. It's not really the end of the world at this point, because there's a solo stats on things like the drop border, things like Zillion. And like you mentioned, any kind of stop on the predict from Echo, for example, really slow down this deck a lot. Especially if Zillion doesn't level up, for example, it just doesn't get off the ground fast enough unless you really get that chain of predicts. But the Absolver
Gouda
and the stun, trying his best to get some damage to with the Overwhelm, at least to punish the chump block, but there's a Ground Slam coming in instead.
Yeah, Gouda recognizing that my board has been contained, my threat level isn't high enough at this point now that Targon's Peak is part of the equation. I've got to try to push through some damage here, and it entices Tricky to Ground Slam. Gonna have to go for Rite of Negation here.
And that's one less Rite of Negation that could potentially stop a Feel the Rush, or one of the big spells that might get discounted in the next few turns.
The big issue too here is 4 mana for Rite of Negation means that even if the Chime Trick finds you the Chrono Break, you can't go for it just yet. That stairs is a 3 damage AoE. It's not the Obliterate like She Who Wanders, so Chrono Break could be a fantastic response if that is the option Tricky does go for to wipe this board.
Now we're going to have an 80% chance to hit a good card with Targon's Peak on this next turn once the Blighted Ravine is played out. It's going to be a top deck that can be potentially another Feel the Rush, another Aurelion Sol, another big card that you want discounted, and then going to be a big turn with, potentially 2 major plays being made by Tricky.
Time Bomb is picked up off of the Time Trick. plays, draws another card into the hand. Just an ancient preparation. And here's Blighted Ravine. Zoe goes down, of course, but you're just going to get another one into play off the Field of Rush. And That Stairs was also hit. Here comes the wipe. Gouda gets the discounted Station Archivist. If we can crack back with perhaps a fleeting Chrono Break off of the Archivist, would be a lot of fantastic pressure for Gouda to swing back in, because you revive the Voice of the Risen and it will be unsilenced.
Attacker with Zoe, the mystery still for Gouda of what card got discounted, because really with this deck, once the target's peak effect goes in, until you see the 0 mana card being played out, you're thinking of the worst possible outcome. You're thinking it might be Red Negation, or
only
rather
one
Field of
spell
Rush.
in the top 5 cards. Scrying Sands, not quite what we're looking for here. We can predict and maybe draw that card with the Time Bomb. The early Zoes for Tricky have generated so much value. The Crescent Strikes, all of these early blockers. Goes for the draw without the prediction. Gouda trying to mind game Tricky into thinking that the card off of Archivist is a Chrono Break.
And there's the That Stairs coming in. The full board wipe alongside Blighted Ravine last turn. And
Tricky
with 11,
calling it out. Has to go for the Right of Negation here. Do you think that Tricky actually, got the read that wasn't actually a Chrono Break off the Archivist?
Scarzig, the NA mentality. If he has it, he has it. You just play your 0 mana card and go in.
The longer I wait, the higher the chance is that Gouda's going to have the Chrono Break, so I've got to play my 0 mana 8/8.
The mental aspect is definitely in Tricky's favor, considering target speakers on the board, and he can just, threaten with really anything. Just a surprise Field of Rush when you least expect it.
And because of the Station Archivist, we know that the next handful of draws are just going to be units or landmarks. And there's a Scrying Sands in there somewhere. Echo's got to do some work here. We need this next time trick to get that predict draw and find the finisher here.
Some big blocks coming in. The chance to star shaping if you feel you're a little bit too low, or if you see Gouda ends up committing more combat like we saw in the last round with the Absolver.
All right, looks like this is make or break. Echo is going down. Station Archivist is going down. Tricky doing the smart thing, keeping this Voice of the Risen alive. You don't want it to revive and get unsilenced. Now we've got Zillion leveled up, but sure, we'll get some extra quicksands in the mix, but Gouda's been under so much mana pressure, right? There's no floated 3 mana so you can freely cast the Chrono Break. You're pretty much all in with what you've got on board.
There's Aurelion Soul coming down. Now, the only other play that can be made, well, one of these Celestial options could be picked up here and could be played out with 9 mana available for
Cosmic
Tricky.
Rays. This has only been a good play. I've seen it happen twice where this is the correct pickup. We'll see if this pays off.
The predict comes in. Is he going to find what he needs? He finds the Chrono Break.
So we can Chrono Break here, and Tricky does have the mana open to respond to this with That Stairs. And this is post-revive, so even with the rally, your board is owned. And I think that's got to be the end here.
He will be killing off one of his own That Stairs, so he won't be able to level up the Aesol just yet, it looks like. But full clear here on absolutely everything. Nothing that Gouda can do here. Has a quicksand, but little else. And this was his kind of his last out. His last, Hail Mary was playing out this Chrono Break and thinking, hey, my opponent is just too slow to deal with this right now, but there's a perfect answer from Tricky.
Yeah, Tricky doing a fantastic job of really showcasing where the weaknesses of this deck lie, where you keep the Echo under control, you silence the Voice of the Risen, the 2 big threats of the deck, and then the pressure of making these Chrono Breaks very awkward means that you can't properly threaten this list. And now, even with Targon's Peak in play, Tricky's just naturally getting to 9, 10 plus mana, so now you're starting to do even bigger double bomb plays every round.
And that was kind of the last out for Gouda, because Chrono Break works in a way where you have that board you're working with and you have a chance to rally and to revive it once it does die. But once it's dead, you know, and going on to the next turn, that's not the case anymore. And you kind of don't really have a way to come back into the game very easily. And that's the case for Gouda. We're looking at his hand now. I mean, this is not a hand that is going to be able to match up against Aurelion Sol and the cosmic divinity that comes from all his power.
Yeah, the 3 damage AoE on It That Stares, absolutely fantastic. And even though we've got Quicksand to stop the lifesteal and the elusive, it's just not worth casting here. Ironically, you have the Quicksand in this deck, of course, to help you trade on board versus other aggressive lists. But as we know, when you're playing a swarmy deck, anything with Rally versus Targon's Peak, you've got to draw like your life depends on it. And it was just a bit too slow for Gouda, unfortunately.
I'm going to drop down to only 10, able to block the 2, bigger units here on the board and use the Quicksand on the 2 sisters. But still, just looking at the hands, looking at the state of this current game, I think there's pretty much no way. Maybe Zilean can do something in terms of providing a lot of value now in the late game, which you kind of sorely need. But overall, looking at the board he's facing, I think there's little chance for Gouda to do anything here.
Yep, and Tricky's just flexing now, picking the Supernova. And that's going to be game 1, going to Targon's Peak.
No, that's what we need in Fight Night. Some ecstatic participants that celebrate every win, like we're seeing Tricky do there. Game 1 against last week's champion, against one of the players that is, currently considered one of the best players in the MEA. Gouda has been dominating the ladder all season long, so I think an extra special win doing it with Targon's Peak especially. And now is going to go into this last game with the Mushrooms. Not a deck that most players would be happy to rely on to close out a series, but maybe Tricky has the experience, the expertise with Teemo and the Mushrooms to do what it takes in this next game.
It's a deck that we said was, it really showed how good it could be in previous metas when the decks were very control focused. We had a lot of Targon's decks running around, a lot of control Shadow Isles that you could kind of just kick back and put tons of mushrooms down. And even when the deck was good, there was only, a handful of players like M-Tuck and things like that were really proselytizing for the deck and trying to convince everyone that it was viable for a tournament lineup. And so revisiting this ancient, forbidden technology in order to counter the current metagame is something that I think Runeterra has been very good at doing, where older viable decks can come roaring back into the game. And this could be, and chat, you're here for it, you're in on the ground floor of Hexcore Foundry making its way back into the competitive scene.
Every time you hype up decks like this, Scarzig, I'm just thinking about Deep the whole time. And I'm just crying inside. It's like the 7th week in a row.
Like one good meta.
And I'm thinking, what can Deep counter? When is it going to come back into the meta?
What do you think the change I was thinking about was like Nautilus levels up, draws 2 sea monsters alongside everything else. Gives you a little bit more fuel to take advantage of his discount, maybe.
There's a lot to think about in terms of how to make Deep come back into the meta, but we still have a game on our hands here. Teemo is down. The Peddler is down as well. The duo that you want to see every time you start off the game. And as...
Ooh, gets the crystal. This is going to be pretty devastating down the road. Tricky can see the crystal crying, but for this deck, Teemo doesn't do that much heavy lifting, surprisingly. It's mostly just the fact you play Puffcat Peddler and so much defensive Freljord cards that he just can't be answered, and that's where all the mushrooms come from. Every time you predict, it does shuffle the deck, but that doesn't really matter for the sake of mushrooms.
We are going to have Elixir of Iron as a way to defend. We have even the 3 Sisters as kind of this, the toolbox approach to many different problems that might arise in the next few turns. So overall, I think Tricky's going to definitely wait for that crystal to come down, trying not to play into it too much more than he has already, and just, have that mana available. So when it does come down, when maybe the Peddler is threatened, he can just try and burst down a lot of spells and get a lot of mushrooms in the deck that way.
Ooh, so Ezreal thinking about being played here. It is a good thing to have in play if you think you can get some cheeky hits in around a Quicksand. But as we saw Tricky play it out in game 1, if you start pressuring Gouda's mana in that way, then it makes it a lot harder for them to set up their predicts and their chrono breaks the way that they want to. So I kind of like this line, just setting up the Ezreal, because we've got Brittle Steel here to hold back the Echo.
And as much as you'd love to attack you if you're Gouda, you have to respect the Brittle Steel, different options, the combat tricks that this deck is famous for. Open decklist, you know exactly what you're facing, you know all the possible risks. But this is a big turn for Gouda. He kind of needs to attack with Echo, needs to predict, needs to get his own game plan going if he wants things to work out and not just lose to a stalled out plan from just the mushrooms coming in, every single turn after this one.
So here's what I'm thinking. We go for the Brittle Steel and the Echo. Gouda's going to Pharaoh Prescient to level up the Echo. He gets +1/+1, deals 1 to the Puffcat Peddler, and sets up for the Crystal to kill.
And you have the Elixir of Iron still, so it's not even that. I would even go as far as not blocking with Ezreal, precisely to get out of that situation where the Cast Crystal does nothing, or just only really kills the Teemo, essentially.
I think that's also a very strong play as well. If you keep the Ezreal alive, you have that extra burn threat.
I don't think there's no threat of taking 5 here. There's just not a problem with Echo dying, because all of a sudden that mid-game power spike is gone. There's really, this Zillion and this Cat and this Robot are not going to do anything to you in the next few turns, while you have options like, Flash Freeze and Brittle Steel.
Even goes for Mushroom Cloud. Wow, leveling up the Teemo, still keeping that Elixir of Iron up. Gets even more Puff Caps in the deck. And at the very least, with Gouda's Predict Draw off of this leveled up Echo, can hopefully find a Quicksand to shut down this next swing, because if Teemo is able to dicey for Gouda.
There's a level up on the Echo. As you mentioned, the extra few stats, but not enough stats to really change the outcome of the fight with this Peddler. And this is a setup. This is what you want from Tricky. You have both champions on the board. You have all these different, 3 different threats that are all major in their own right and what they're trying to do that have to be answered by Gouda.
The lists now, because a lot of the archetypes seem very cut and dry around what they want to counter, you're trying to beat your opponent on just purely a matchup table sense. And so lists are running very few ways to directly answer these sorts of setups, right, on the back line. And I like the concept here a lot, where Tricky recognizes my opponent isn't going to be able to reach into my back line as consistently. So the Puffcat Peddler, the Teemo are going to stick around and they're going to put in that work.
And there's a Crystal. There's kind of the moment where Gouda has to put this spell on the stack that has been obviously seen by Tricky this whole time. And Tricky has the answer here to keep. He could choose what he wanted to keep alive. It looks like it's going to be the Teemo in the end, not the Peddler.
Yeah, the Peddler has done a lot of work, and if you can get that double up with the Teemo, it's done, way more than the Puffcat Peddler is going to do in the next 5 or 6 rounds. And Ezreal generates that beautiful Mystic shot. I would even go so far as to maybe snipe one of these 2/2s before the Chrono Break comes through.
It is a burn game plan in the end. You are hoping to, get the kill with the mushrooms, and the extra bit of help here on the next, I think, is going to be relevant, especially when you know that you're not really at a huge threat on the board right now. If you have to throw away your key units, you're going to do that if you have to block. But right now, you are fine, and you do still have Iceveil Archer, kind of like a 2-for-1 block. For next turn, you have a Flash Freeze as well, so you have a lot of defensive options still if you're Tricky.
Yeah, taking a lot of chip damage here, just a little bit at a time, plus the time bombs. We do have Iceveil Archer, 3 Sisters, Flash Freeze, a lot of defense against this deck.
There is the Voice of the Risen, though. It's going to be a big boost to the total amount of stats on this board.
So we can play the Iceveil Archer, and we have enough for Entomb against the Voice of the Risen if you really want to block down. There's another Time Bomb coming as well. This is going to be very close. This is going to come down to Tricky basically just not having any board and just hoping that Gouda draws the last handful of mushrooms before the open attack lethal, I imagine.
There's going to be a Ruinous Pass that can heal Gouda, but would also draw a card, so maybe not the best game plan.
And Tricky is running a couple copies of Insider Knowledge, does have Veteran Investigator. There is ways to force draws here. With Ruinous Path, with Absolver pushing through a little bit more damage, I think if Tricky doesn't entomb the Voice of the Risen, it could certainly result in a lethal swing. Gotta block one more. It's a shame.
Now, Entomb is going to come in on the Voice of the Risen, now taking the stats away from the unblocked units down to only 8 and much healthier. So Tricky, I think, like you mentioned, makes the good play, makes the safe play. You could have just been thinking about, hey, I'm going to play Chump Bump, I'm going to play all the mushrooms, I'm going to attack with Teemo and get this massive, swinging with all the multiplication of the mushrooms in the deck. But that might not be the better play. That might be kind of going a bit too far into the game plan.
And fortunately, Gouda does have the second time bomb to answer this Teemo. Draws a card, but no mushrooms on it. Both players even on HP. And now Tricky has the combo. Goes for the Chump Wump. Has the double puff caps. The mushroom clouds. Insider knowledge.
And no need for insider knowledge yet, because, you don't really have to play until it's kind of your last out, because you want to get as many mushrooms in the deck as possible. And you don't really have the mana to do both the mushroom clouds and the insider knowledge on this turn.
The dangerous thing is Rite of Negation, right? And so Tricky's keeping the insider knowledge up. Here comes the Chrono Break for a rally here to get a double attack, it looks like. And so Tricky needs to go for insider knowledge. Yeah, and wait, no, there is enough. There is enough defense here still. Just barely if you go for Flash Freeze instead.
And Tricky has to consider, at this point in time, it's always a case of how much can I wait? Is there going to be a Rite of Negation? As you mentioned, that would really maybe just end the game entirely for Tricky. So you have to consider there's no Rite of Negation right now. I can guarantee this goes through. Do I stay alive? You're going to block 3, so they're going to be taking 6 here. But there's a Ruinous Pass for next turn potentially, so there's a risky game plan here for Tricky.
Yeah, because if you block the 3/3, you go down to 1 HP. And you're worried about maybe another time bomb. The next round, there's just going to be another open attack because of the rally this turn. The Chump Wump could maybe swing in, force Gouda to block down. We'll see what this draws.
The less risky play here.
No
mushrooms whatsoever. Not entirely sure how that happens, considering we saw quite a few coming into the deck from Peddler. We saw at least one multiplication from a leveled up Teemo as well. So maybe they're all on this next card. They were just all bundled together.
Here it comes. 1, 2.
Only 2, and that's going to be it. There's nothing else that can be done here. The attack comes through and is accepted by Tricky, and Gouda wins this game too with what was a pretty anticlimactic insider knowledge being played out there. Maybe the play was to play out that last mushroom cloud in hand and wait until the very last moment, wait until your opponent is threatening to locks in that final attack, and then you play on the stack the insider knowledge at the risk of your opponent having the mana and having the Rite of Negation in hand to stop it.
Yeah, if all 5 of the mushrooms from that mushroom cloud go towards the top of the deck, there was that final Scrying Sands too, that, again, the predict shuffle the deck, it's very, very muddy string theory levels of math, I feel like, when it comes to, like, predict v mushrooms, if there's, like, some kind of subtle algorithm to where the mushrooms are placed, but I think that, again, both players just did what the win conditions of their deck were meant to do, and when your deck is based on board presence and rallying, a list that is built to play against something that's a lot more passive is certainly going to be the underdog in that lineup.
Now moving on to the Aphelios Vi deck here for Gouda, Targan, PNZ. Still against his mushroom deck from Tricky, and Tricky again has the Teemo. He's missing the Peddler, which is another key part of this deck. And there's no option to answer this Teemo on turn 1, which is, as we mentioned so many times, against aggro decks, against Teemo decks, against Zoe decks, so massive in swinging the chances of winning this game in Tricky's favor.
And just as a clarification, there is no Corinna in this list, no way to detonate those shrooms once they're in. The idea is just to put in so many shrooms that your opponent just naturally dies. We got to remember as well, there was no Hexcore Foundry found the last game either. If we had accelerated Gouda's draws, there certainly would have been many more chances for those mushrooms to pop off. There's only one copy of Iterative Improvement in this list as well, so there's not many ways to double down on the Veteran Investigator or the Puffcat Peddler, but still looking pretty solid here from this position. Gouda is able to respond to this Teemo finally with the Sump Fumes.
And the peddlers have been found, so kind of the key pieces here, the engines, you're able to get them down. Ideally when you have some spell mana up already, not on this turn, so you have a chance to, if they are answered immediately, to at least get some value from them before they go.
And very cool idea to run the Sump Fumes in this list, where it deals bonus damage when you've added an extra card to your hand, is a lot easier to trigger with Zoe and Ballistic Bot and Aphelios over, you know, just the other more standard removal in that spot of Piltover Peacemaker.
Peddler 1 does come down. Peddler 2, I think, will have to wait to join him on the board because you do want to have some mana up for some protection, although there isn't really any in hand, so maybe Tricky just goes for it anyway at this point. It kind of says a lot about his hand, though, if he does go for this play. I mean, I guess he can still be threatening the Elixir of Iron as a defensive tool with 1 mana up.
Yeah, at this level of play, your opponent is probably going to respect, and you can just kind of chill out. Goes for the Ezreal instead. Very smart. There's not a lot, like, you have just the 1 Brittle Steel. If there was a couple more cheap spells or maybe a Chump Wump, you'd want to go for the double Peddler and a double Mushroom Cloud. Put a bunch of mushrooms into the deck, but generally speaking, I think this is the sort of matchup that Tricky is looking for. Even though Vi, Aphelios, Zoe can have a lot of potential threat, they still take kind of a long, winding path to get there and actually start threatening you.
And the Ezreal isn't really the star of the show here with this deck with Tricky, but it is another kind of card that has to be dealt with sooner rather than later, and this is what this deck tries to do when it is playing for the board. It's doing so with all these different engine type cards that create a lot of value if left unanswered, and it makes it so that your opponent, you know, can have removal in their deck, sure, but do they have removal for 1 Teemo, 1 Peddler, 1 Ezreal, another Peddler, etc.? And once they run out of that removal, that's where you start cashing in on all the value that the, you know, the mushrooms or the Ezreal spells or the extra damage comes in. So this is kind of the point of this deck, getting these very important cards on the board and then just defending them and trying to get value with your spells.
Yep, so here's the setup. Calibrum was grabbed off of Aphelios, going to threaten this Puffcat Peddler. Gouda phasing into Severum. Seems like a good pickup here with the lifesteal just to top yourself off. Gravitum,
not too relevant.
Good for setting up down a, I guess at the very least you can stun Ezreal and maybe push Zoe through to get a little bit more love with an Equinox.
Troll Chant coming in, so perfectly drawn a defensive tool here to make sure you can keep these Peddlers alive. And the magic of it is that while you are keeping them alive, you're also getting the procs on their ability and the mushrooms in the deck as well, so it's kind of the 2 for 1.
Also setting up 1 mana Thermogenic Beam. I love this line here where Tricky is saying, if you defend Zoe, then you don't have mana to kill my Puffcat Peddler this round. And so it's just another way to get reps off of both of these while they're still alive.
And the potential trade being threatened here, or actually no, Ezreal would still stay alive here. Zoe can't really block, and again, the 3-2 you can attack with, and
damage
just
matters.
Every single block, every single trade here would be beneficial for Tricky in this case, so happy to just go for it. And this is kind of a burn deck. You can't really just take free damage, even if it is just from attackers and not necessarily mushrooms, because at the end of the day, it might end up coming to that, you know, 1 or 2 mushrooms that come into the deck later on.
Gouda has the 1 of Star Shaping in hand, but you can't get too greedy. You've got to pre-commit it, because if you spend all your mana saying, I'm going to go for a Severum play and top myself off here, maybe Tricky responds with a Flash Freeze or an Entomb to deny that lifesteal, goes for Insider Knowledge to force you to draw those cards anyway. We're still crossing our fingers for Hexcore Foundry, if you're Tricky, to get even more card draw. Because not only are you forcing mushroom draws for your opponent, you're also drawing more cards out of your own deck, so you're getting more Puffcat Peddlers, more defensive tools to keep them alive and get more reps of that powerful ability.
I love the contrast in game plans here. One player just trying his best to put as many mushrooms into your deck as possible, and the other player is, you know, cycling through moon weapons, playing Star Shaping and the Celestial Wing Hunt. Just completely different game plans going on here.
One player has a bunch of created cards, and the other one is like, but your deck is dangerous.
Tricky, as he looked at his cards, he's just thinking how much mushrooms he can put into his opponent's decks with the cards he's drawing.
And I think this is a great showcase as well for our audience about how when you're playing certain matchups, your opponent can be approaching the game in a completely different avenue of thought than what you're trying to evaluate the matchup as. So it's very cool to see how there's 2 very unique play styles going against one another, and then they have to meet in the middle somehow. And this is important to note as well. Frostbite on the Zoe, denying that star chart, denying a potential Equinox, trying to keep these Puffcat peddlers up and active is the linchpin of Tricky's strategy.
Very surprised to see this ballistic bot come down and the Ezreal beating threaded here. There was a chance for both a mystic shot
Ezreal
into a thermal beam on both peddlers, and that wasn't the play for Gouda at all, which I'm very, very, very surprised about.
Gouda not respecting the Puffcat peddlers here. Maybe riding high off of that double insider knowledge dead draw, saying, I'm actually immune to Puffcaps today. It was in my horoscope.
They're coming in now. 4 coming in on that draw. You have star shaping, you have ways to heal. You probably have ways to manipulate more heals with Severum as well by cycling moon weapons. But overall, Gouda, still, I'm surprised that the Ezreal was a kill there. Overall, you know, against players that maybe aren't as comfortable or as experienced with this matchup, Ezreal's kind of like the bait. You play them out, and then you hope they kill Ezreal, you know, instead of the peddler, instead of the Teemo that are really the cards that are going to win you the game at the end. But Gouda must know something. If I was
Gouda, I think I might star shaping this turn. Oh wait, no, has the Calibrum. Okay, phased into the Calibrum. I was going to say, like, so was this the line? You just answered the Ezreal then because you're planning on answering the Puffcaps down the road. I guess with Ezreal out of the picture, Zoe's able to get in and maybe fish for those Equinoxes. Gouda's taking a very, again, roundabout way of eventually getting around to answering these threats. Insider knowledge now put on the stack, trying to draw more cards.
Chance for one of these, maybe the bird will still be played, but I think it's going to be a little bit too greedy. You might need this on defense. You're still at 18 HP. You're still pretty healthy. There's going to be 6 mushrooms coming to the deck and trying to squeeze out that last bit of extra value on these peddlers.
Doesn't want to get a little bit more mushrooms into the deck. 3 more shuffled in. Hexcore Foundry set up next round. This is going to get very dicey. Aphelios now leveled up. We're going to be getting Severums, Calibrums, Infernums down to push through tons of damage. And Zoe is also getting very close to leveling up here. Subpercible also in hand, getting AoE elusive onto the board. It looks like Tricky's running out of time.
Lifesteal's the biggest threat, really, when the Zoe does level up. If you're able to get onto the board with a Severum, for example, or Golden Sisters even, that's going to be the real issue because this is a race, this is a burn deck in the end. And Tricky's doing a good job until now. He's not really the threat of dying just yet at 17 HP, but he has to end the game soon.
Yeah, hopefully Hexcore Foundry can carry 2 more mushrooms. Vi burned. Gouda has a board of 6 right now, a Severum phased in hand, a Subpercible for AoE elusive, but is that going to be enough? There is still the Hexcore Foundry, a couple Frostbites in hand. Gouda might just be barely able to survive this swing.
There's a chance for 3 different freezes, but some amount of lifesteal is still going to come in.
Yeah, Severum going for the lifesteal. This forces Tricky to Frostbite this Ballistic bot. At the very least, because if Gouda does top off with Severum, tops off with Star Shaping this round, buys a couple more rounds rather than trying to go all in and end it against the threat of another Insider Knowledge, forcing you to draw more cards, the threat of Hexcore Foundry and Veteran Investigator. Definitely taking a more cautious line, it looks like.
We'll see now the elusive once it comes in. If you go for the elusive, though, that leaves you out of Star Shaping. You don't know what the hand is like for Tricky right now. He has 9 mana remaining. There are many ways to draw cards and draw you into mushrooms when you don't have ways to defend and to heal. So Gouda's in a very difficult spot, despite having a very menacing board right now and a lot of different win cons. He has to consider the lose con. The chances that he can draw just a lot of mushrooms and just end up losing before he attacks even.
Mm-hmm. The deck from Tricky also only has only has Mystic Shot. There's no Get Excited in this deck, so there's not a lot of direct burn. It's very much constructed around the mushrooms doing what they're supposed to do. Here comes Infernum, just boosting the attack power of this Ballistic bot. It has the highest attack power and the highest potential healing.
And Tricky has to do absolutely nothing because he has all these freezes in hand. He can play them at burst speed, really. So just making sure that Gouda is, nervous with what is still waiting with this 9 mana that he has up, with the 5-card hand he has right now, and making him, potentially make suboptimal plays where he can't end the game here because he has to play a little bit safe.
So we could see Flash Freeze on the Ballistic bot. It's exact lethal right now. stops the lifesteal, stops the lethal, blocks down everything, stops the overwhelm from the Lunari Dustbringer. Takes a little bit more in exchange for keeping the 4/4 up. Maybe hoping to get an iterative improvement to hit the Chump Wump, get more Mushroom Clouds. But now there's still enough mana available to play Hexcore Foundry here post-combat.
This is the kind of the magical moment when you're playing a Mushrooms deck, when you're able to survive an attack, and then you have like
oh baby, going for the created cards line in order to keep buffing up the ballistic bot to still get the lifesteal here.
There's a chance for a second Three Sisters, or for a first Three Sisters with a flash freeze to come in and freeze it again.
Now, do you freeze it again, or do you just let them heal for 2 or 3 and play Hexcore Foundry? Is Hexcore Foundry on average more damage to offset 2 or 3 points of lifesteal from this position?
If it's only 2 points, I think you do.
How many mushrooms are in the deck right now?
I believe it was 37 in 23 cards, I think it was, with the brief hover there. So I think it's better to let the 2 come in. Especially to keep the 3 sisters as still a defensive option, where you still have, a chance. But now you have this whole kind of 2-turn window to get as many mushrooms, or to make your opponent draw as many mushrooms as possible. And you have 2 draws to do, so you have a lot more to work with, considering you have no hand right now.
Behold the Infinite is an open invoke, gets the Falling Comet, is going to destroy this Hexcore Foundry?
You have the Insider Knowledge. The Archer's not fantastic,
oh
but you're drawing 3 mushrooms.
That's a lot of... So Gouda has to respond to this with Star Shaping.
You have a chance to draw into more
That's
card draw.
That's a 1-of in the deck.
A chance for another Insider Knowledge, a chance for Veteran Investigator again. There are many cards that can, even another Foundry, for example, can come through, but it looks like it's going to be Archer, so just defensive tools. Oh! 5 mushrooms come in, though.
Woo! Gouda has the Falling Comet for the Hexcore Foundry. And after all those extra draws, 3 extra cards for Tricky, there is not enough here. Not enough draws to get the other Insider Knowledge, to not get another Hexcore Foundry. We've got Calibrum coming through, trying to keep this board under control. There is just enough to protect this blocker with the Troll Chant. We've got Entomb for Gouda's next big swing. This is still very close.
It's going to be all the Archer played out. I assume the Thermogenic Beam as well on the Aphelios, rather, to make sure the open attack isn't really too menacing. And now just hope 4 mushrooms can come through on this next draw. It is a possibility. Unlikely, yes, but it is possible.
Submersible also draws you cards. Those are off the table. 3!
Oh, 1 off. And he finds only an Ezreal, so nothing that can really draw him any more cards here. So he's in trouble now.
Submersible's off the table. Pale Cascade is off the table. You cannot draw any more cards here if you're Gouda. You have to end the game with what you have available right now. I think the Destroyer got this. Is Ezreal leveled?
He is, yeah. So you have 3 sisters at burst speed, and that's going to be the win.
Okay,
nothing can
I didn't
be done.
see that
There's
Ezreal
no
was
star
leveled.
shaping. There's no healing.
The Hush was burned from the Hexcore Foundry earlier.
Oh no. And that's it. The classic burst speed Ezreal win. I was saying Ezreal was not the star of the show. I take it back, Ezreal. You are the man of this hour of this series.
And Ezreal took that personally.
And Tricky, happy as can be, and I would be too, when you come in with a thematic landmark deck. If you guys see the deck list spreadsheet, you'll see like the snowy landmark, I'm not sure what the other names are, but comes in with an interesting thematic lineup with decks we haven't seen in a long time, and is able to get a win against last week's champion, against one of the most respected players right now in the EMEA scene. So big series win for Tricky.
Yeah, I mean, taking down Gouda, one of the heaviest hitters right now in the scene, one of the previous Fight Night champions, and just starting it off at the beginning of the broadcast, showcasing such a unique lineup, and we'll see. Like, Hexcore Foundry is the type of deck that has a lot of flexibility and could certainly continue to adapt to the current meta landscape.
I'm going to check out the bracket now to see what happened in all the other series. We saw, of course, Tricky winning against Gouda. Aaron, the Swedish player, did end up beating Zuf Lamparci there in the quarterfinal number 2. Broken Ball with a clean 2-0 win against Physical, and Talpinator from Italy beating a debutant player, Juno, that has to fight through the loser bracket and try and make a big miraculous run all throughout the next few rounds. But The next match that we will be seeing, I'm going to assume, will be Broken Ball versus Talpinator. Broken Ball, someone that, of course, has made popular many decks in the past. We'll see what his lineup looks like today and if there's anything fresh and new. But first, we'll be going to a very short 3-minute break, and we'll be right back with round 2 of this week's Fight Night.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We just got done with a jam-packed round 1, and we're about to go back in for more.
And we took a little, quick peek at the deck list for this upcoming series, and the spice has been delivered once again. Players are now, really showing up on all these different fight nights, not just winning, but winning in style with decks that are fresh, that, again, maybe a product of this meta as well. Decks that constantly continue to evolve, as we mentioned at the very start of the show. So very, very interested to see what the series ends up looking like. And also, going to be a very interesting game because it will be Italy versus Italy. We'll check out the player cards now. Talpinator, the player we know a little bit less about, a player that hasn't really, put himself on the map for Italy in Runeterra's competitive scene just yet. More of a newcomer, whereas Broken Ball is the opposite. He is the face of Italy. If you think about Italy in a competitive setting, Broken Ball is usually the first player you think about.
And Talpinator, of course, we see their TF Go Hard as the favorite decks. You know that Talpinator has actually been around for a pretty long time. And Broken Ball, still hoping for a Yordles and Arms nerf so he can go back to playing Lulu Jinx, one of his favorite lists. But you already said it during the break, Panda. He changes his favorite deck every week, it seems like. He's got some new spicy thing that he's addicted to, that he's been playing a lot. We'll get a closer look at Broken Ball's lineup now. Victor Vi Atrocity. This is a very rare P&Z Allegiance deck with Sump Snipe Scavenger. And what this card does is it adds a 0-cost Sumpworks map to your hand. So we've got so much just early aggression and tempo. Being able to put Sumpworks map on Victor or Vi is absolutely massive, especially working alongside Ambush for even more potential elusive burst. And if all else fails, you have that atrocity with that huge attack total on Vi or even Victor.
As soon as I saw Atrocity in this deck and you were starting to talk about it, I was just waiting to see how you would react. I know you hate Atrocity as a card.
I absolutely despise Atrocity.
I was waiting to see you just like twitching, trying to control yourself as you were trying to not just blow up. But yes, this is a deck that, as you mentioned, tries to take advantage, let's say, instead of abuses, two of the most interesting win cons in Runeterra, Elusives and Atrocity. And we'll see how it ends up panning out for Broken Ball.
Classic win cons. Classic win conditions. You take the best of the old stuff and you remix it for the future. You love to see it.
Let's check out what the second deck for Broken Ball is going to be. It's going to be the Fizz Lulu deck that he has, also loved so much in the last few months. Not quite the Jinx version, still maybe the more competitive, slightly more competitive version here instead. But, very similar game plan, and it's a game plan that Broken Ball is very experienced with and very familiar with, and one of the better players that I've seen, at least. Maybe just the high roll aspect of it with the Jinx deck he brought that one time, but overall someone that I've seen pull off some crazy starts with this archetype.
Yeah, this list is still king. It's very underplayed right now just because there's so much new stuff to try out. The meta has kind of become more aggressive in order to deal with Sundisk, and there are certain very tempo-oriented lists that can punish this Yordles and Arms deck, because if you don't hit like Lulu Flame Chompers, it's very hard to fight back for the board. And you do take a long time to get set up because you need a wide board for your Yordles and Arms to function properly. So there is still some avenues to punish this list, and we'll see if players are still going to give this deck the proper respect it deserves, or if they're going to say, well, my lineup's aggressive enough to just beat it down.
And the final deck in Broken Ball's lineup can only be one, and that will be Echo Zillion. Broken Ball, one of the players that was at the forefront of this, desert landscape movement. And is one of the players that I assume is going to have, some of the most experience on the deck as well. And this is a deck that I think requires a lot of experience. As we mentioned, when the decks first started coming into the competitive circuit, it's a deck that we've seen, fail so miserably on ladder for so many months. But now all of a sudden, in the right hands and with the right build and the right game plan, especially knowing when you have to push for predicts, etc., this can be a devastating deck. We saw it last week, and I think we're going to see it this week as well throughout the next few rounds.
So this list, again, I said it earlier in the broadcast, is one of the decks that only a handful of players are able to truly pop off with it. It has a strong core, but probably one of the most esoteric skill floors and skill ceilings I think we've ever seen in the game. Even the addition of Careful Preparation, I'm not even properly sure if we can evaluate that properly. Broken Ball played Mo with this list, apparently, who thought that Ezreal Caitlyn was favored in that matchup, but Broken Ball was able to take that match 6-1. So even matchups that players are thinking are favored suddenly aren't favored. And even in the previous metagame, we got a little taste. At the highest levels of play, the data stops mattering, and matchups will sometimes completely flip.
And is Broken Ball winning that money match a case of Echo Zillion being a very strong deck, or just, EMEA obviously being just a much stronger region than NA? It could really be both. It's hard to really, separate those two variables, but, not surprised to hear that a player of the caliber of Broken Ball was able to just, stomp Mo and really make him reevaluate the matchups he thought that were strong. Again, Echo Zillion's a deck that everyone was, I will admit it right now, I was memeing it, on ladder when I faced against, we talked about it as it was starting to resurge into the Fight Night circuit. But now, it's been proven on Fight Night, in this money match, for example, where players are having to reevaluate how strong this deck actually is.
Yeah, I mean, and when it comes to Ezreal Caitlyn as well, that's a similar deck that gets a lot of extra win rate at higher levels of play, where the pilot of the deck can really influence how well the deck can do with your mulligans and things of that nature. So overall, Echo Zillion's still a very hard to evaluate wild card, and it's one of those things you just have to consider. And it's going to start becoming one of those picks that certain players, you have to ban it away from them. And then they can use that in their repertoire for building tournament lineups.
I think we need like at least 4 more Fight Night tournaments with the deck doing, really well for my subconscious to finally start seeing it as like a threat when it pops up on like the start of the game, because it's been too many months of seeing it on ladder and just beating him like, okay, this deck's a meme.
It's been a handful of times where certain players like take a deck and it becomes in its own tier, where it's like, this is Zoe Lee Sin, but this is Zoe Lee Sin when Majin Bay is on it. You know what I mean? Like they start to put the deck in their own tier of, wait, who's piloting it? And you have to factor that into the whole matchup. So I'm curious to see like if Echo Zillion is just one of those lists that if you didn't jump on it early and like go through the hyperbolic time chamber, a lot of these early adopters did, like Salty Simon and Gouda and Broken Ball, like you're just kind of left in the dust. It's very hard to make up for that experience gap.
Pick and ban phase is going to be coming up very, very soon. We do have to talk about also the decks that Talpinator has brought to this tournament as well, because they are also, slightly interesting. He also has a Fizzlulu similar to Broken Ball, so that's one deck that will be overlapping in this case. He has a Victor Ziggs deck, which is, also an interesting combination of champions.
Victor Ziggs.
And
so
he
that's
has
just going to be a lot of burn, huh?
A reimagination of Pink City with Gnar, Twisted Fate, and Misfortune, with, most of the usual Pink City lineup of cards alongside a few of the new ones, and even a treasure trash, put into the mix. So all in all, scarzig, from the dark days of 6 Demacia decks facing up against each other, I am very happy with the lineups we are seeing today. I am very excited to see this series, start up as well and see what the pick and ban phase looks like. And just overall, I mean, we'll hope the rest of today looks as exciting as these first 2 series.
The metagame is like, again, it's the Wild West. Within the different categories of what beats what, there's so many different ways to play decks that you like, so many varieties that you want to play. As long as you're hitting the certain like general archetypes that you want to beat, then you're feeling pretty good about it. And I mean, we've seen the sort of evolution of pirates recently where people are starting to cut the gangplank and put in Twisted Fate. I'm taking credit for that, by the way. I was the pioneer of that change. And so now we're seeing that kind of carry over to other sub archetypes of Misfortune, right? The Bandle, the Pink City, the Bandle Bullies deck with Gnar and the Pterodactyl also employing that Twisted Fate. But getting into game number 1, we've got the Victor Vi Atrocity versus Talpinator on the Misfortune Gnar TF.
So the reimagination of Pink City coming up against this elusive Atrocity Abomination from Broken Ball. We'll see what this matchup looks like. Definitely not a matchup that, there's any data for, because these two are some odd decks to be playing in the current meta. But
this deck, came out of the woodwork at the very start of the metagame. It was within the first 3 or 4 days of the patch. It was just taking advantage of the fact that players weren't really prepared to deal with such massive elusive threats, especially after the Victor buff, and then just Atrocity, right? There's not a lot of decks in the game right now that can actually deal with Atrocity. We have Rite of Negation in Sundisk, but there's not a lot of Deny around. There's not a lot of Frostbite around. So if you take too much damage, Atrocity doesn't have to hit you for 10 or 12. It can just hit you for 7 or 8, and it's perfectly acceptable.
Can you imagine, Scarzig, that Stone Stackers used to have tough?
Heavens to Betsy.
Did you already forget that was a reality we lived in for a few weeks or, a month or two?
I think the biggest shocking point was that it wasn't immediately an S tier card. It actually took a super long time for Stone Stackers to find a deck that properly showcased how broken it was before it got nerfed.
The damage game plan is arriving here now for Talpinator, but unfortunately for Talpinator, there's going to be a lot of just chump blockers overall in Broken Ball's lineup. You have a lot of different units you can deploy onto the battlefield and still block most of the incoming damage. So that first big wide swing that Talpinator was working for, only 15 HP on the Nexus for Broken Ball, so it hasn't really done that much damage just yet.
The potential for this Ballistic Bot to scale up a little bit, start getting some value trades is just fantastic. We've got Neandroid now to start evening out the score on the HP totals. I love that Broken Ball takes the pass there, saying, if I just end the round, you just don't get to develop any more threats against me. Ferris Financier, with this specific region combination, can pull you a Vengeance, or some other big card that can blow out your opponent as well. A
Or-
second copy of Atrocity. Why not? I think it's got to be Vengeance, though, right? You got to take down Teeny Dactyl or maybe even Gnar.
It's going to be, yeah, Vengeance will be the pickup there for 6 mana. Definitely much more enticing than it was at 7 mana. Definitely, you know, when it comes to these mid-range threats that aren't necessarily these massive late-game threats, instead just kind of a little bit in the middle, it feels much better now to have a 6-mana answer.
And we've got, again, great trades on board. You could probably just, if Talpinator, depending on the quality of the hand, you could attack with just the 2/1 to activate the Corsair. But, ooh, Broken Ball actually valuing the Ballistic Bot. Not trying to go for the 1-for-1 here.
The attack with the 2/1 is a pretty clear indication that TF is probably in hand and red card is being threatened. And that's where Broken Ball was able to read into that and trade out the 1/1 instead, knowing that, you know, it's going to probably die anyway to a TF. Again, this could be a bluff from Talpinator as well, but I think that is the main reason why he attacked with a 2/1 there.
Yeah, so we keep the Ballistic Bot alive, even though you don't get to 1-for-1 trade for the Stone Stacker. There is basically the logic of my Ignition balances out against the impact. So as long as my Ballistic Bot is alive, I get more damage in the long run than Stone Stacker getting 1 extra attack against me. We've got Sump Snipe Scavenger getting the Sumpworks map. There is 8 damage worth of Overwhelm here because that is a created card. I mean, elusive. But triple Crackshot Corsair is pretty terrifying against the list with no healing.
2 more Corsairs and the Corsair Exodia will be assembled. Each of the guns is a limb, and you just die. It's like the Misfortune ping effect with like 20 different pings in one turn.
Yeah, and I like, and again, Broken Ball, you can see here, is actually not putting elusive on the Sump Snipe Scavengers, kind of offering a trade against Talpinator. Even though the Sumpworks map is not fleeting, it only keeps the discount this round. After this, it'll still go back up to 2 mana. But goes for the throat.
Important to clarify because I'm sure many of our viewers have never played PNZ Allegiance, and they need some help understanding what exactly this card is trying to do.
Yeah, so Broken Ball does go for that damage. We have 5 points of burn in the hand. Treasured Trash on Talpinator, and just enough mana to cast it. Let her rip! Let's go, chat. This is the people's card right here. Another Treasured Trash!
Hand of card. Wait, how does that? Wait a minute. I don't think that's how that works, Scarzig.
It fills your hand with random fleeting cards, but you can only play 3 more cards this round. So we've got a lot of trash. This is a lot of trash. We can play Green Fang Warden, which is a scout unit, so that you get multiple reps.
What about the free attack with the Corsair? That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, so we get the scout. The list only gives you a free attack if something is vulnerable. We've got Piltover Peacemaker to kill the android. Has to cast Vengeance on this thing. So
viewers, please pay attention because this will be the first and last
time.
Oh,
wait, no, you're talking about Snapjaw Swarm.
Yeah,
right.
This will be the first time ever in the history of Runeterra, in the past, the present, and the future, that Vengeance will be cast on my boy, the Warden that has never seen play in any competitive constructed deck.
All right, so Vengeance has to be cast on the Green Fang Warden here because that would just be 6 direct damage on the Nexus with this card. And this is a slugfest. Both players just going completely for the opponent's Nexus. We've got the Snapjaw Swarm still.
2 more cards are possible to be played out for Talpinator. He cannot play the second Treasure Trash. That would, break the laws of the universe. It does not work, I believe. I'm pretty sure. There's no reset whatsoever. You have the 3 cards you can play out, and that's really it.
Yeah, it's a hard limit once you cast the first
list. So we have the chance for the kill on the elusive to make sure the threats aren't really there, but there's a lot of burn in hand for Broken Ball as well if it survives.
So we can pull the Sump Snipe Scavenger with the the Stone Stacker. We get some value trades here with the Crackshot Corsairs. And then these Poros trade down. Oh, the Mystic Shot to protect the Scavenger.
And stops the impact as well, so very, very important there. But takes all of this damage, and little does he know, it's not over yet.
Oh, it doesn't go for the Snapjaw Swarm. Sad.
Was that the?
It's 3 cards after.
Was the list the third one?
It was the list in Green Fang Warden misses out. You even had Shield Vault as well, which gives bonus attack to something in stuns. So we could have even put an extra stat on one of these units. So we miss out on 3 damage there.
Did he just
by not going for the Snapjaw Swarm?
Did he play 3? I'm not entirely sure.
Is it 3 overall, or is it 3 after the trash is cast?
3 after the trash. Ah, the Piltover Peacemaker. Okay, yeah.
Peacemaker.
Never mind. Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about the Peacemaker. That's my bad. I was just so focused on that Snapjaw Swarm.
And that's lethal. Unfortunately for Talpinator, the trash was a little bit too trashy there. And that will be Get Excited, Mystic Shot, onto the Nexus. And the burn deck has been burned down, unfortunately. And Broken Ball has won game 1 of this series. Atrocity did not make any kind of an entrance. The Elusives did to some extent, but it is the PNZ burn that everyone knows and probably hates, doing it instead for Broken Ball here.
Man, that was... What a wild game. I mean, Treasure Trash, we've seen it like really pop off a couple games, getting the perfect cards. And that was just a showcase of how even some cards that look really bad at first can still put your opponent under threat. If there was not a Vengeance there for the Green Fang Warden off of the Ferris Financier, that would have been lethal, right? Getting that scout attack with the barrier, not having to adapt with the list or the Piltover Peacemaker to answer the board and just go for pure burn with the Crackshot Corsairs and the Snapjaw Swarm would have been lethal.
I want to see what the second deck is for Broken Ball. We didn't get to see the pick and ban phase. Unfortunately, we don't entirely know just yet what the bans are, but our producer is trying to find out for us. But I guess we'll find out instead here, at least for Broken Ball's second deck. It will be the Fizz Blue deck that has come through, and he will be up against Talpinator's. Still, the Pink City, the same list is still being played out here for game 2.
Yeah, this deck, we saw the potential for it to just be aggressive, very tempo oriented, but it doesn't have that like punch through power that Pirates does. This one wants to just deal tons of chip damage to you, get a lot of damage over time. So if you're playing against something that can accelerate that game plan immensely, you just ironically don't have enough time to kill them. Even though this deck can be aggressive, it's just based on dealing 1 damage 20 times and not like these really massive swings and then burst finishers with like Decimate and things like that at the top end. This list is running 2 copies of Double Up, but very little card draw to find its way to those cards.
And Broken Ball, unfortunately for Talpinator, has the combination that everyone fears so much. The attack token on turn 3, Lulu on the board, and Flame Chompers in hand with a way to activate it.
Yep, got the Scrap Heap at burst speed. So Talpinator has to go for the Parley here, taking away a potential target for Lulu, but the Flame Chompers does come through, and this setup is the bane of so many other board-based decks' existence, because not only do you get essentially a free kill, 4 attack answers so many things at this point on the board. I think pretty much everything that you can play out at this stage of the game loses to 4/4 Flame Chompers like this, that you can also set up a safe attack with Lulu and threaten that next rep.
And at this point, with this kind of the momentum of these early turns kind of halted for Talpinator, where he no longer has control from board, where he's kind of hasn't really dealt damage, I think it might be already time to switch into the Hail Mary, Treasure Trash, please save me, going into the late game, because already you're very far behind on the board, and usually this deck works best when it's able to overwhelm the opponent very early on and have these massive swings dealing that 4, 5, or 6 damage on the early swings.
And the Make It Rain trying to be cashed in here on the barrel. I was wondering if Talpinator would go for a bait of the Pokey Stick, seeing if Broken Ball had an answer, and then putting Make It Rain on top of the stack in order to get more of a board clear.
The Trumpetecker in hand for Broken Ball. Is that how you say that card?
Yes, the Trumpet Decker off of the scrap heap.
It's the first time that I, say this word out loud in my life. It's a historic moment.
The Mecha Yordles did get a nice buff in the last balance patch, but, the ways to access them are still a little bit clunky. So Scrap Heap in this deck just gives you the way to get some bigger threats in the late game. This is still a Bandle City deck, so Broken Ball's list has a lot of staying power. Also has unlicensed innovation picked up off of the Financier. So we've got some big bodies coming through in the mid game that this other deck just isn't going to be able to get through.
And Talpinator is doing a very good job of emptying his hand, so when he finally does draw Treasure Trash, he's going to have a lot of different options to choose from, with his entire hand being filled with cards, which is usually, actually a very good thing. With Treasure Trash, you have to make sure you have a deck that runs out of fuel exactly on turn 7. That's the magic of building a deck around Treasure Trash. That's where it really works best.
And there's only one copy in Talpinator's deck, so it needs to get off of this pokey stick. Ooh, Zonai Urchin discarding the bad landmark off of Bomber Twins. Has the Yordle Captain now. Things are getting pretty dicey with the Poro Cannon.
2 points of impact potentially coming through here. If I guess maybe a Mystic Shot would be used, or Get Excited rather, to kill one of these 2 Stone Stackers. But if not, that's 2 more damage on the Nexus, 1 from the Pokestick potentially. So it's starting to add up, the different amount of burn and ping effects coming through.
Talpinator has to give up on the board from this position and just hoping for all the burn damage in the deck to come through. I would have liked to maybe see an open attack there, because that there was a mech manifested. It was most likely going to be something big, or even just a Lulu or Yordle Captain would have shut down the attack there altogether.
Pilfer Goods has been picked up. I mean, he is playing, Twisted Fate, so just trying to get into that into the NAB mindset all of a sudden. Playing Bilgewater.
Double up. Pokestick draws the double up. We've also got Pilfered Goods. That could maybe pull more burn from Broken Ball's list if there's a Get Excited or Mystic Shot at the bottom of the deck.
Double up, unfortunately, doesn't have really a clean answer on any of the bigger threats. Really can only hit the 3/2 Urchin at this point, so not really ideal.
We could maybe do it post-combat to clean up this Lulu.
And still very healthy for Talpinator. That's the one good thing here, is that he was at 20 HP before this attack came through, so can really maybe take some more hits, keep one of these impact units still alive at this point, and try and maximize his own potential for damage.
Pilfered Goods finds a Poro Cannon. Ferris Financier has the potential to manifest a Treasure Trash.
You're going too deep, Scarzig. I'm going to have to ask you to please step back from how deep you're going.
Oh, now you've said deep twice. Now it's going to offer sunk cost.
And there's a chance to play out these Poros without there being any unit mana available for Broken Ball. So maybe a chance to have two more damage that can come through off of the elusive for next turn.
All right.
But not going to be the case.
I guess he doesn't Financier first, just to
really
see if it's something bad, then it's just discard fodder for Poro Cannon.
Exactly.
Oof, speaking of bad, Mind Meld is picked up. It's not going to be enough, however. With the Poro Cannons?
Nah,
I didn't get a look. There's too many. How many spells have been cast? Like 2 or 3, I think. Make It Rain, a couple
probably more,
sticks.
But it's just too risky of a game plan because you have things like Mystic Shot and Get Excited. We see there in the hand from Broken Ball, so you can just immediately snipe both of those Poros. So a little bit too fragile of a win condition, and especially with the elusive blockers as well. Especially, so yeah, that doesn't really make too much sense there. But I think it might just be discard fodder in the end. I don't think there's 5 spells that haven't played. I mean, it's a possibility, but
yeah, there's 6-ish damage in hand. With the double up here, finishing off the Lulu.
Can they go for it, though? At the very least, it takes away the burn possibilities from Broken Ball, potentially, but it might just be the Poros being played as chump blockers instead.
Yeah, if you go for the Mind Meld, Broken Ball may be forced to, it's just going to preemptively answer these.
Just right away. Like, don't even try anything here, Talpinator.
Just keeping the board narrow, because you don't need to send the damage to the Nexus if you just remove your opponent's blockers, especially with the board like this. Here comes Mind Meld. Broken Ball very easily could just say, yep, I'm going to Get Excited. and then just chump block everything else down. The Mind Meld, I think, only sets the units up to like 5/5s or something. Haven't seen this animation in a while.
Maybe that's a good thing. And we're going to see, chump blockers here with the different poros just being able to, be offered as sacrifices to chump block damage here. 1 damage will connect from the impact. And double up is still there. Unfortunately, ideally there was maybe overwhelm on the stone stacker as well. That would be a way to push through a lot of damage, but not the case for now. There are still targets in this Lulu as a double up target for next turn, once you have the mana for it if you're Talpinator.
Yeah, so everything really just came up roses for Broken Ball this game. Had the Lulu Flame Chompers on 3. Trumpet Techer was a fantastic pickup from the Manifest off the scrap heap. And then Yordle Captain just segueing into a nice victory here. Talpinator played towards the treasure trash beautifully, but it just didn't come when he needed it.
And not a great top deck there either. The Chemist doesn't really do anything for Talpinator here. The level up on the Lulu, giving her the extra health as well, makes it so that she isn't an option for this double up. Either going to be only one of those 2 poros at the end.
And it's still going to be lethal. Even with the double up killing one of the 2/2s, there's still perfect lethal in play.
Shenimo comes through. That's going to be a 2-0 for Broken Ball, and Talpinator not quite able to, I think, do what he was hoping to do with this deck, with this Pink, reimagined version of Pink City. Had a chance with Treasure Trash in the last game, but really just pulled a lot of trash in that huge selection of cards. Not able to do it in game 1. In this game 2, as we mentioned, I think the very start of the game, the fact that he wasn't able to get that momentum going that these aggro decks need to have to really, be a threat when the burn element of the deck comes into play. He was still too far away. You saw it there, 10 HP on the Nexus for Broken Ball, just way too healthy for that to be a real problem. And an easy win for Broken Ball, really a clean 2-0 series for him.
Yeah, the Yordles and Arms, like we said, is a very powerful deck still in the metagame, especially in a tournament setting. And that was just 2 games back-to-back. No champions to really help out either. Just a lot of stone stackers trying to go the distance. But now we do have the ability to jump into Tricky and Aaron. Since that set was a 2-0, we have a little bit more time still to see a match in progress. Tricky put up a really good showing in that first round with his landmark lineup, and we'll see how he's doing now versus Aaron in the next stage of the bracket.
I want to cheer for Tricky because of his lineup, but considering there are no Spanish players, I have to go with my Swedish bias here instead.
Oh, Targon's Peak doing peak things. 1 HP versus 20.
Uh-oh.
So it looks like Aurelion Sol was the 0 mana development here. And we've got the open attack from Vi. Ballistic Bot also can just go for the ignition. Star shaping off the top.
I think his reaction says it all. He was dead on board, but he found the star shaping that can potentially heal him.
Wait a minute, Panda. We tuned in at just the right time. This is going to obliterate the Sump Dredger, the Ballistic Bot, empty Aaron's hand. And has star shaping to survive against the ignition. Gonna level up Aurelion Sol.
Scarzig, this whole event is scripted. You didn't know? We told them to wait on that turn until we were finished with our match, and then we'll tune in to this comeback from Tricky.
1 HP. This is something that happened a few weeks ago at Fight Night EU, where players were very consistently dropping down to 1 HP and running it back. She who wins indeed.
Life is a resource, and some players know that better than others. They're able to take a big hit in the early game, in the mid game, and part of the late game as well, and then still make it back in with the strength of their top end. And that's the case for Tricky. That's the case for Targon's Peak. It's a deck that really is just fighting for its life until the landmark can come down, until you find that window of time where you can kind of play a do nothing card for 1 full turn in the mid game, and then come back and have these massive plays, and making sure to also, not feed too much into your opponent's win con as well, because it's a double-sided effect.
What a bomb. What an absolute bomb that was, the She Who Wanders. Obliterated 2 things on the board and then discarded like 5 cards from Aaron's hand. Has the star shaping off the top deck to avoid the ignition, and then goes for the kill here. We've got to block down versus this. We can take down the Aurelian Sol at the very least.
And
Maybe
Aaron
go
can't
for
do
a
anything.
Hush.
He has, I mean, the Hush really, but that's it. That's all the play that Aaron
you
can make here.
you can play out the Hush just to guarantee that the Scourge gets discounted to 0 mana. Pops the spell shield on the Aurelian Sol if that becomes relevant.
The turn changes there. We see the Scourge getting the mana discount. As you mentioned, we are on a new turn. Feel the Rush is here. The discount on the Great Beyond for Tricky. You have the Equinox here to stop the overwhelm damage from coming through, which is big.
Yep.
And also to make sure, you know, this is not a card that's being hit in the next few turns by Targon's Peak. You want to make sure your hand is, you know, they can only have big hits on cards that cost a lot of mana to get the most value from the landmark.
So we got Crescent Strike here to stun the Scourge, and then Aaron can Hush it so that it still can open attack. And then Tricky blocks with Aurelian Sol and plays Feel the Rush. So yeah, if you go for Equinox, you keep Feel the Rush open. There is 0 mana Great Beyond, though, in hand, so I guess it doesn't really matter. But yeah, the fact that we were able to catch that key turning point in the game is so important to understand the context of these particular turns. Aaron is still praying from this
Serpent
point.
is definitely the best option here to make sure to drag any. I guess it doesn't really matter. There's just so many. There's no real.
Yeah, you can
blocking.
Falling Comet the Scourge from this position.
Well, more to just drag the blocker on open attack and make sure you can try and go for a lethal immediately. But yeah, pretty much in control for Tricky here. I mean, once Targon's Peak is taken over, there's not really any discounts for Aaron that are relevant at this point, whereas, you know, everything has been discounted almost now for Tricky with a level up from Acel. Feel the Rush coming in. If you want to win, you want to do it big. If you're Tricky, he wants to go in with, you know, guns blazing, all the champions on the board, all the attack power.
Yeah, just going these, right? There's potentially only one blocker. They can't block the Great Beyond. It's elusive. It's just lethal. No need to flex. Just take the win here. And that was game 3.
And Tricky able to
bring it back from 1 HP.
Against Aaron as well. Moves on to the winner's final with a lineup that has Targon's Peak, with a lineup that has a Hexcore Foundry deck, and then Monostrema. But still, definitely a lineup that I think no one could have predicted would be in the winner's final of today's tournament, and still continues to perform when it needs to.
Yeah, you could have gone for maybe that final Feel the Rush, deal that extra mental damage to your opponent in case Aaron is able to run it back from the lower bracket. You have that extra villain stance, like maybe they're a little salty going into it. But overall, Tricky's definitely playing the deck very well. Coming back from 1 HP, a clutch top deck is really all you need with a deck like that. And, you know, Targon's Peak is, again, I want to remind the audience, is not a high roll deck. You still have to play clean. You still have to play around whether or not you get the Targon's Peak, saving certain cards for certain times. I would have loved to see the build up to that turn to see how much tempo Aaron actually had, but what a crazy swing with She Who Wanders.
Check out the bracket now to see what all the results were, especially in the losers bracket side of things. We saw, of course, now Tricky beating Aaron. We saw Broken Ball getting the clean 2-0 against Talpinator. That will be the match for the winner's final coming up next. And on the losers bracket side of things, we have Talpinator waiting now for the winner of Gouda and Zuflan Pachu, which we still do not know. And Physical was able to advance the next round. So Duno, this being his first showing here in the end, ended up getting 2-2-0. So unfortunate results for him. Hopefully he can come back better next time, stronger. Usually we have the debutant buff for most of the new players. Didn't seem to apply in this case for him, but of course this is always going to be a cutthroat competition with some of the best players in Europe, and you have to be at your absolute highest level to perform at Fight Night.
Right, and you want to jump in and just get that tournament experience, right? It's still a great experience to play with such good players, and even if you don't do well, you're still getting so much like knowledge and ideas about how to prep for a tournament that is just going to improve your play overall. So don't be afraid to say, oh, I can't join a tournament unless I'm already godlike. This is how your journey starts, just jumping in there and playing games against players who are, you know, a little bit stronger than you perhaps.
And that will be the end of our journey for round 2 at the very least. We'll be going to a very quick 3-minute break and we'll be back with the winner's final Tricky and his lineup of landmarks coming back into play, coming back into the spotlight. So very excited for that one, and very excited to see maybe mushrooms in action once again. Stay tuned and don't go anywhere.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends, brought to you by Wisdom and Giant Slayer. We're about to jump into the next stage of the bracket, the winners finals. Broken Ball and Tricky actually going to go at it, and both of these players bring unique lineups, but sharing a little bit of love too.
Yeah, I mean, Echo Zillion on Broken Ball side, it was kind of this newer thing, but now it's much more settled down, especially in his hands, especially someone that we talked about has so much experience on the archetype. But everything else about his lineup, well, maybe the Fizzlulu as well is a little bit standard, but the Atrocity list is definitely something new. And the entirety of Tricky's lineup is very, very interesting to see. Just seeing him making it this far already in the winners final with this much momentum, this much, maybe some luck as well, considering, some of the wins he got in this, like the last series we saw with a 1 HP comeback. But overall, seems to be doing very well in a lineup that many players would look at, and say, this is not going to make it to the winners final, but proving everyone wrong until now.
Yeah, so one deck really that's kind of been sticking out for today's broadcast alongside all these landmarks is really the Echo Zillion. It's a deck that has really been brute forcing itself, I would almost say, into the competitive scene. It's still very underrated. A lot of players not sure how to properly evaluate it, and we've got players still approaching the archetype from a lot of different angles. And I wanted to take a closer look at Gouda's list. He was our previous Fight Night champion, one of the pioneers that popularized this list. And there is, even with archetypes like this that seem very stringent, very cut and dry with what they want to run, there is still a lot of flexibility there. And it looks like Gouda has actually opted for one of Ruinous Path. A little bit of card draw, a little bit of extra burn and healing can go a long way.
And even just a one-of copy already makes your opponent think, hey, he actually does have access to burn to some extent. I have to take this extra, chump block, for example, whatever it is. It adds this extra element to some extent of, as you mentioned, healing is also something that burn decks are going to have to play against, for example, and have to play around to some extent. So it's an interesting addition. I think there's that one flex slot that different players, depending on their kind of play style and what they think is relevant in the current meta, can adjust and kind of switch out. Because everything else is pretty set in stone. It's a very kind of synergistic strategy where you need all these different pieces here. You can't really change out a bulk of this deck and have it still be the same thing.
I think the big thing as well with this list is that the extra card draw from Ruinous Path is important because you can set up so many predicts, right? With the Scrying Sands and the Feral Prescience, being able to put that card on top and then draw it can be the make or break point around getting that chrono break on the key round when your board has been wiped. We've seen time and time again where this deck will struggle, where the board is wiped, when you don't have chrono break to respond to that and revive everything, and then you just can't reestablish your board or your threat level from that position.
And for clarification, this is Gouda's list that we saw playing against Tricky earlier and ended up losing with this version of Echozillion. We're going to see now the Echozillion that Broken Ball, our winner final player, has brought, and it's slightly different. There's not going to be the Ruinous Path we were just talking about. It's been changed, it's been swapped out by Broken Ball instead. There's one more Quicksand here. Instead, there's going to be 3 copies instead of 2, a card that got buffed recently, and it's now going to be a very good answer to so many different threats. With the fact you can fork it and play on 2 different units in this case as well. And there's going to be 1 less Scrying Sands and 1 more Careful Preparation. So slightly different, but as I mentioned, the core of the deck and the strategy overall has remained unchanged, just tuning the different numbers, the different amount of copies of each of these, utility cards.
Yeah, the Careful Prep, again, a card that was very recently buffed and is only now beginning to see play. And there's going to be a lot of subtlety and a lot of nuance around trying to really showcase this deck's power. I was a little confused at the way the card was worded at first, where you shuffle a card from your hand back into your deck, then you predict and get a copy of the card that you choose in your prediction, not a copy of the card that you initially shuffled in. So you're able to kind of double dip with certain cards, and the potential, right, for this card to get you that extra chrono break, getting those extra copies of things. And it just, I think maybe it goes to show that Broken Ball likes that Zillion effect.
That's just one deck from Broken Ball, as you mentioned. He still has a Fizz Lulu, which is a deck he's super comfortable on, and that new deck, the PNZ Allegiance deck with Atrocity, which is definitely not something we can say we've seen before on Fight Night. It's not a deck that it's probably the Allegiance that has been least explored in Runeterra's history, I think.
Yeah,
PNZ has always had a lot of problems with having these really good top end cards that are seen everywhere, like Mystic Shell, I Get Excited, and then overall had for a long time really no middle ground, no bulk of cards that would see play anywhere else. Just completely forgot it. And the Allegiance card was one of them, partly because there weren't enough good cards to run in a full Allegiance deck, but also partly because the Allegiance card itself was maybe not as optimal to be run. But that has changed. PNZ has gotten a lot of tools in the past few expansions. It is now a much more complete region. One of a favorite region of many players, Broken Ball included, at least of his favored for the month at the very least, knowing how he changes his favorites all the time. And it's a list that now suddenly has come to fruition, a PNZ list with Allegiance, with Atrocity as a top end, with Shadow Owls as a splash.
Yeah, because now you have not only a glut of viable PNZ cards, the stat lines for these cards have gotten a little bit better on average, where you're able to just naturally trade on the board, back yourself up with your great spells like Mystic Shot. You can double down on your very strong units with Iterative Improvement. And now we've just got a lot of power and threat potential. Almost anything this deck plays becomes a massive threat because of Ambush and Atrocity. And that is going to be the ban. Another player maybe taking the bait and letting Broken Ball pilot Yordles and Arms.
Target Speak also has been removed from the equation, but the mushrooms are still alive and kicking and have been locked in for this game one. Tricky going to try and do it again. Going to try and play this stalled out game plan, get his engines on the board, protect them while also putting mushrooms in his opponent's deck.
Oh, God. Double Yordle Captain. Now, as we said, the mushroom deck wants to stall, wants to play defensive, but if you let Lulu just set up a board of Yordle for Yordles and Arms, it doesn't matter how much defense or how many frostbites you have when there's a full board of 6/6s swinging on your Nexus.
Not the hand you want to see from Tricky's side, but also really not the hand with the Lulu missing for Broken Ball either. So maybe both players going to have a slow start here. You definitely want the Teemo early on. You definitely want the Peddler early on. If you're missing those two cards, all of a sudden your deck starts making a lot less sense because you have no ways to put mushrooms in the opponent's deck until it's maybe a little bit too late.
Yeah, the Fizz is going to be so huge in this matchup. Being able to just play it down, you can't really remove this from the game at all. You can only frostbite it and hope for the best. Tricky thinking about maybe playing Ezreal here to try to get a chump block, but just going to take 2 from the Fizz for now. Maybe sets up the Hexcore Foundry. Giving Yordles and Arms more card draw is very, very dangerous.
Get excited, going to come down now, potentially on the Ezreal. There might have been a bit of a waiting game there from Tricky, but instead doesn't get committed just yet.
Elixir of Iron, I guess.
And unfortunately for Tricky, really, just no Peddler is really not so ideal. That being said, it's sometimes kind of a silver lining where you're able to amass this huge hand full of spells, and then once you finally get the Peddler on the board, you have so much fuel to work with where usually you'd be spent and you'd be kind of burnt out already.
Yeah, I like the pass there from Tricky. Gives up the Mystic Shot, but keeps Broken Ball from developing the Yordle Captain on the previous round. Could go for Chump Wump. Sets up a big Thermo onto the Yordle Captain, but Broken Ball does get a couple opportunities to get some buffs off of this thing before it goes down.
Yeah, Thermogenic Beam does look like a pretty good option. Looks like it's not going to be the case, so it's going to be Brittle Steel instead, which I'm not so sure I agree with. I mean, these are the cheaper spells you want to save for when you have the Peddler on the board. He's maybe yeah, I think he just noticed now. He had the Thermogenic Beam there as an option to make sure he could kill Yordle Captain, because he can do it now with, of course, the challenger dragging the 4/4 to the side.
Yeah, you got to remember that this tournament is very mentally taxing, like playing against some of the best players on your shard with a lot on the line. And now you start to make these small mistakes and they can really snowball. Again, Yordles and Arms is a deck that runs away with the game if you let it. And now Tricky just has to start, because the list has such strong open attacks, your reactive cards like Ice Veil Archer are just a little bit too low tempo. We'll see if Broken Ball eventually does opt for the Get Excited finally, or you're confident in this board being so threatening that this Ezreal's just eventually going to have to trade down.
You can tell he really does regret missing that line. It was a pretty clear one that he had to take. That would have been, good, because like he has engines himself with the Peddler, with the Ezreal, with the Teemo, the Yordle Captain is a similar thing where you want to take it down as soon as possible. If you don't, the effect and the value it gets on the opponent's board does really snowball out of control, especially when a second one comes in, then things get obviously even more tragic.
And I think the only saving grace from this point, I think that Broken Ball is still one card off of activating Yordles and Arms. One region, I should say. But that could change at the drop of a hat. But there's the Lulu. There's enough mana for Lulu, Yordles, and Arms now. This is going to force Tricky to trade the entire board away, deal tons of damage to the Nexus around the sides. 5v3. And then we've still got 6 damage worth of burn in the hand.
And this is the problem with the Mushrooms deck. A lot of players have this thing where, with Scargrounds, for example, as well, they're kind of decks where if you don't draw certain cards, all of a sudden, the entire game plan kind of crumbles. And that's partly the case with Mushrooms, where you don't have the Peddler early on, you're not able to get the Teemo procs early on, and it becomes much more difficult to find a win condition other than just stalling endlessly.
Mm-hmm. And you can see here Broken Ball seeing, they've got a lot of Frostbites. The Yordles and Arms isn't as good as I want it to be, but I can use my removal to narrow down this board and just go for a wider natural swing. Get excited. threatens the Ezreal, brings the Flame Chompers into play, giving us another big challenger. No Yordles and Arms required.
Free of the North is going to be an option instead with Brittle Steel. But Brittle Steel is not going to hit anything really after Yordle and Arm buffs comes through. But I guess it's not coming through this turn with the Great Side being played out instead. So you have a chance here to just, again, try and mitigate damage, try not to die this turn, and try and level up the Ezreal and see that as an alternate win condition. As I was mentioning, when you don't have the Mushroom game plan, when that is completely out the window because you weren't able to draw the right cards in the early game, you have to now pivot into kind of similar to Zoe being an alternate win kind of most target decks. This is the case with Ezreal here.
And now, with the level up on the Ezreal, does survive the Get Excited. Now it just has this Fury of the North in the hand that's a little bit dead, but can still maybe respond to keep it alive versus this Flame Chomper that's about to get buffed up, right? I think it is just enough. There's a Mystic Shot as well to go in on top of this. Yeah, so there is going to be enough to finish off the Ezreal.
And that's really...
if we had gotten Flash Freeze, right, then you'd be able to just, like, not worry about the Flame Chompers. But, again, Broken Ball's so comfortable on this deck. When you're in the driver's seat like this, even in a higher pressure situation, and you know that you're advantaged, you can just keep playing it out. And there's just no fuel, no Puff Cap Peddlers really hinders the game plan for this deck.
Finally, there's one. There's no removal for Broken Ball right now, but there's still an extremely menacing board that you're gonna have to deal with in the next open attack from Tricky, or from Broken Ball that Tricky has to deal with rather. And again, just too slow of a game plan with Peddler coming down for the first time on turn 8.
We've got Ice Veil Archer that maybe responds to Yordles and Arms. We've got double Flash Freeze. Is that going to be enough to stabilize from this position? Broken Ball also has Playful Trickster, thanks to Fizz being alive since turn 1. It's not going to be enough, unfortunately. And Broken Ball just lets it rip. Yordles and Arms.
You have the Ice Veil Archer. You have 2 more freezes, the Troll Chant as well to mitigate some damage, and 4 blockers total.
Yeah, because Lulu just rebuffs the Fizz, cancels out the Frostbite. And then, when Tricky goes for the Flash Freezes just to survive, Broken Ball can respond with Playful Trickster and Rally. So yeah, again, this is only the first game. Tricky really understanding the implications, right, for this set. Any small mistake, missing that Thermogenic Beam on the Yordle Captain, and now it's just been a dead card this entire game.
Surviving this first attack, but it's not going to be all that there is to deal with here for this turn from Broken Ball. 7 mana still remaining. As you mentioned, the Playful Trickster now coming onto the stack. Only 3 mana available for Tricky, and it only is going to be a slow speed Thermogenic Beam that is possible still.
Yep, Playful Trickster on the Frostbite unit gets the rally. That's going to be game 1 going to Broken Ball. You've got to ban out, the Yordles and Arms. It's one of those things that's so, like, hard to evaluate. Like, you think that you might be able to beat it. You might be able to set up against it. Maybe you take your loss and you try to 2-0 the remaining deck. But Broken Ball's lineup is just so devastating, especially, again, Victor Vi Atrocity, kind of presenting a similar threat of very aggressive swings, a lot of elusive damage potentially, but then a big burst with the Atrocity that, again, a lot of lists just aren't prepared to deal with at all.
That being said, that matchup was a little bit fake in the terms that, Tricky didn't really play his game plan, his usual game plan. Didn't really find the Peddler early, didn't find the Teemo. So that was a very slow win for a Yordle and Arms Fizz Lulu deck. I mean,
yeah,
the turn 8, turn 9 win is not really the norm. We get to see it usually pop off much earlier on turn 5 or 6 even. So I don't think you can draw too many conclusions from that match other than just I think the game didn't really go as Tricky would have planned it to go in an ideal scenario. But we're on to game 2. Echo Zillion for Broken Ball, Mono Shurima, the Sun Disc on the board now for Tricky.
We've made it pretty far into the tournament without having to see Sun Disc as of yet. And this is a matchup that's also pretty up in the air. Like, Echo Zillion, I guess if you play Echo on 4 and then Chrono Break on 5 and they don't have the right of negation, you can kind of cheese out that win. but you've got to remember, if Xerath levels up, flips the Sun Disk, gets to level 3, everything that dies gets obliterated, and then Chrono Break is no longer an issue because it can't revive anything at that point.
Xerath is in hand now. Important to find your 2 champions early on. Important to try and keep the tempo, the threat of that ascension, on turn 7 really is the point you want to get to pretty much every game. Keep it consistent, and that's really where you're able to apply the most pressure to your opponent.
I think the Ancient Prep is correct here. Again, you're looking for Azir. You're maybe looking for Unraveled Earth, so you can keep this board under control potentially. So that even if you miss out on the Rite of Negation by keeping the board under control preemptively, that sort of wide swing is still kind of kept under wraps. Plays it a little bit slow with the Treasure Seeker, keeps the Ancient Prep, draws the Endless Devout, very good pickup, but doesn't play it just yet. You can go for a skip here if you'd like. Rockhopper's also good, even though if you aren't getting the Azir, just slowly developing these units does play towards that level up condition, but picks up the Quicksand. Tricky opting for a more reactive and defensive line versus Broken Ball's list. Maybe a little bit unfamiliar with this matchup.
Plays out the Preservarium now as well. Gets that draw right into the hand. Maybe has an answer for the Echo when he expects it to come down on turn 4. I think, Tricky has to be thinking, what are the worst plays my opponent can go for on turn 4? It's probably going to be Echo, as it usually is on curve, trying to get, the whole game plan rolling. And you want to have an answer for that.
Yeah, so this is basically the exact line that Broken Ball needs to win this matchup. There isn't a lot of Roiling Sands in play to punish any developments here.
That being said, Xerath seems to be dropped instead. Another very menacing unit, but at this point now you don't have a way to stop this Echo. You're going to let the strike come through, the ability that comes with the strike, the predict, the time trick, and everything.
There's nothing with 3 attack, so even if you quicksand the Echo,
that's true.
It doesn't go down.
Mm-hmm.
So there's the time trick, finds the Chrono Break. And Tricky left without the Rite of Negation in hand, but at the very least, Xerath going to zap some of these cards down.
Endless Devout being played out. Now Tricky has to play kind of this stalling game plan until he's able to ascend to the next level.
And from this position, Tricky can just chill and keeps the Rite of Arcane alive. Plays the Soothsayer instead. Just gets more blockers in play. With no Voice of the Risen, this board doesn't look too threatening as of yet. Echo's going to go in for his first swing. This gives Tricky the opportunity to trade down this 3-3. Still looking for that predict draw. Wants to go for Voice of the Risen and then Chrono Break. Get that much bigger swing.
Mm-hmm. And Tricky happy to pass here. Happy to just move on to the next round. Get out of this situation where there is an attack token for Broken Ball right now. And a very wide board to swing with.
Yep, there it is. Time Trick, Voice of the Risen. Will Broken Ball rally this round? Tricky still has plenty of mana open, threatening the Rite of Negation. I don't know if Broken Ball is going to go for that just yet. You want to try to use the Chrono Break to also get the extra value of reviving your board. But the longer that he waits, the higher the chance that Xerath and Azir are going to hit the board and completely nullify this win con.
Yeah, going to be just a pass there. I think it was just a little bit too awkward for Broken Ball to try and go for that combo on that turn. And now will be the Rite of the Arcane being played out here. We're on turn 7. We're still missing the Azir.
Yeah, has Golden Ambassador for it, however. Can play it down, still keeps mana open for Rite of Negation. Broken Ball is just going to use the stats that he has in play to force Tricky to trade down, and once you have a better position, then go for the rally. You've got to push your luck here. I think that Broken Ball hit the proper timing of leveled up Echo on curve, and I think you just need to bully with this Chrono Break a lot harder.
And there's a Voice of the Risen coming down. Oh, you gotta hit the right unit there. Definitely not the Chronomancer. You want to hit the Voice of the Risen.
Tricky responds to this with Rite of the Arcane, and this opens up Broken Ball to revive it with Chrono Break and swing this round.
That being said, you have chump blockers. You have, ways to mitigate most of the damage. So I'm not sure it's the worst position to be in if you are Tricky.
You've got to take a really, really big risk here. Broken Ball can go for Chrono Break now that you don't have mana for the Rite of Negation. Gets the revive on the Voice of the Risen, swings in, gets the time trick off of level 2 Echo, potentially allowing you to predict draw into another Chrono Break for your remaining 3 mana. Is this Azir leveled? Yes, he is. Is this good enough? This will obliterate units now. So Broken Ball was able to get at least one Chrono Break in before the Sun Disk flips. Will Voice of the Risen still carry from this position?
The movie will now continue. Intermission. Now it's Xerath's turn to be the star that he always wanted to be. Azir is now up. I think it's better for me not to narrate the actual movie while it's happening.
We just have to sit here in silence and accept the movie. And now we've got blockers. Look at it. 5-9 and 8-8. Massive stats to block this down. And again, the units that are slain are obliterated. So even if there is a second Chrono Break found, you'll only rally. You won't revive any targets. It looks like Broken Ball did indeed miss that window of opportunity here in game number 2.
And again, turn 7 is a little bit too late for Chrono Break game plan to pop off. It's especially against a deck like Monoshima. You've leveled up already. You've ascended. You have everything going for you. For Tricky, you just have to survive really this big turn. And this is the biggest threat at this moment in time.
And unfortunately, I wonder if maybe the presence of Sundisk might be one of the factors that's kind of keeping Echo Zillion from truly achieving the heights that it's meant to be at. Because it seems to be a very strong, very consistent win condition whenever we see it in tournaments, but it just has these like very clunky and awful matchups a lot of the time.
There's mana for Absolver here, but that's really it for Broken Ball at this point.
Yeah, Xerath, again, with 9 HP, still very effective. Only 3 HP up, so Absolver not going to be able to carry here. Just trying to take down the Azir.
Just trying to win some of these value trades, put them back in Broken Ball's favor. The quick attack on the Echo, that being a huge one, obviously, killing the Azir in the process, and the 4-2 surviving here as well. But the damage has already been done, and this is now Tricky's game to lose with kind of his game plan working out perfectly. The leveled up on the Sun Disk. And so many options for him now.
Yeah, gets the drop border. Tricky can just play out the Endless Devout, the Preservariums in the next round. Even without any landmarks in play, Xerath just passively starts zapping things and controlling the board. So that window is getting narrower and narrower from Broken Ball to maintain threat in play. We've got Azir threatening a ton of damage as well with his attack. Not having to worry about Chrono Break anymore, realistically, is perfectly fine for Tricky. We've got Quicksand as well that can respond to Echo and Voice of the Risen to take that quick attack away, take that attack threat away, set up value trades for yourself.
And that's the biggest thing, really. With Chrono Break gone, the threat level of this deck diminishes completely. This, especially when you have this point in the game, you have a lot of chump blockers, you have ways to control the board with Xerath especially. There's really no real big threats. And most importantly, you're at 19 HP still if you're Tricky. I mean, you're still very, very healthy.
And Broken Ball, again, just has to take the big gamble versus the Quicksand at this point. You know that your opponent has the Emperor's deck, so they're going to be playing with a completely new set of cards aside from whatever they have left in hand. So there's a pretty high chance that there is no Quicksand. Also, no Rite of Negation at this point. But this is just a beautiful trade down. And Tricky doesn't care, right? Because again, the Chrono Break is off the table, so it doesn't matter. As long as you can safely trade down the board, that's all you care about. And by trading away the Endless Devout, we get the Sarcophagus, so then we can use Rite of the Arcane to get 2 zaps, and then Broken Ball is zapped out of the game.
We'll see now what the plans are for Tricky for the next turn. He's going to have a lot of mana to work with, a lot of different options in hand as well. Azir being one of them, to have both champions once again on the board, and just Azir at this stage now extremely menacing with just a crazy stat line as well.
And here we go. I'm getting a little bit of extra info from chat that with level 3 Xerath in play, if you take the quick attack from Echo, it actually disrupts his strike effect. I guess because his defending unit dies and is obliterated? But anyway, it's a small edge case regarding strike effects. So Broken Ball finally sees that there's no way to win from this position, and Game 2 does go to Tricky. Both players getting a chance to play their power decks, right? Sundisk getting a win, Yorls and Arms getting a win, and now we have the final decks of Echo Zillion versus
Mushrooms. And Echo Zillion's a deck that has to draw a lot to some extent. It has time tricks, etc. So this is kind of the idea behind bringing Mushrooms to the tournament, behind bringing it to a meta like this one, where there are certain decks that are drawing a lot that it's seen as a positive in most cases, but sometimes Mushrooms is there to say, hey, all of a sudden, your game plan and what was considered a positive is now a very big downside that it's going to stop you from playing many cards in the late game.
Yeah, I like the full mulligan there. Doesn't need all the Frostbites right away. Needs that Puffcat Peddler.
No Teemo, no Peddler. Once again, this is not what you want to see, but there's still hope in the next few natural draws.
Yeah, we're looking for Teemo, Peddler, Hexcore Foundry potentially.
Chumplump is not it. Still no real plays to be made here. The Archer, of course, you don't really get too much value from it in this early stage of the game. You want to wait for an Echo to come down, ideally.
Ooh, double Feline. Very rare line. We don't see this a lot of the time from Echo Zillion. And a lot of players who are familiar with the deck often say that players kind of overvalue the Fallen Feline. They go for like a lot of predicts. They're playing towards like the Hexite Crystals. And that you got to think of this more as just a 1-mana 2/1. Gives you some icing on the cake, right? Gets a drop border. Already working on a wide, swarmy board. We said without Voice of the Risen, there's not a lot of threat coming through. But this is still way too much damage to take this early in the game, especially against a deck that can rally and finish the job.
Still no real great draws happening here for either player, but Echo has now been found from Broken Ball. That means there are going to be ways to remove it, especially the Thermogenic Beam can be a very clean one when it does come down. And the attack token is not here on turn 4 for Broken Ball, so you have that little window of time to play around it.
Hexite Crystal picked up off of the Chronomancer.
Well, there's not much to threaten. There's only the Icefield Archer, so
I was wondering like how much you want to throw down. Like just doing the Hexite Crystal to deal 2 to the Nexus and clear a blocker and maybe get an extra 2 damage on top depending on what Tricky's hand is. But it's just going to be Elixir of Iron here, trying to get the value trade, maybe trying to bait out this this Hexite Crystal now. But Broken Ball is just going to hold on to that for the Teemo, right? Puffcat Peddler needs to show up right now, or else the window of opportunity for Tricky to really get this engine online is going to close.
Going to be a Foundry instead again. Kind of drawing the cards in the wrong order. These are cards you want to find, Insider Knowledge, Foundry, a bit later into the game once you have the engine set up and you're looking for the payoff. You're looking for ways to accelerate the rate at which your opponent draws into these cards that have mushrooms on them. But like in the game 1 of this series and now in game 3, kind of the flip side order in the draws here, finding the Foundry first without the engines.
Yeah, Broken Ball also pretty delayed in terms of getting that key curve into the Echo, not attacking on the right turn. Gets a wide board, gets a lot of pressure, but doesn't have the payoff here. It's very easy for, a P and Z failure deck to hold back a bunch of 2/1s and 1/3s. Here comes Time Trick. Gets one more predict. Is that number 4 for Echo? Finds Voice of the Risen as well. It's all starting to come together.
And the Echo coming down now would be not so great for Tricky. Going to have an awkward time not overspending on the Thermogenic Beam at this point because he hasn't already made a play, maybe like an Ezreal or a Foundry coming down right now.
Keeping mana open for the Thermogenic Beam as well. Broken Ball is very afraid to play the Echo at this point. Maybe just play the Station Archivist, try to whiff, go for another predict. Maybe you play the Voice of the Risen out. It's very close. If you play Voice of the Risen, it goes down. If you play Echo, it goes down. And you have to debate with yourself which one is technically more important.
Still nothing being done by Broken Ball.
First. Honestly, I think, ironically, because Broken Ball's start was so awkward and we've got this wide board with the double drop border, you probably play Echo first, let it die, and then you can play Voice of the Risen because its effect will then be activated after you've leveled the Echo. and then your board is still threatening without Echo's presence. But we'll see how this goes. Chrono Breaks into the deck.
The Echo level up right away. Ezreal level up is something that Tricky maybe is considering now as well. Wants to try and pivot into this secondary win condition as well, or at least create enough of a threat where Broken Ball is forced to start throwing out these crystals.
Goes for the quicksand instead. That means no Chrono Break this round, but you get some fantastic blocks and then that predict draw.
Ooh. Freya of the North is big here. Keeps the Ezreal alive while also giving just enough. Well, actually, no, one off of killing this Echo because of a level up on the Echo. But you have the Thermogenic Beam to get the extra targeting proc for Ezreal to finish off the Echo in the process.
Broken Ball can cash in the Hexite Crystal here to make sure this Ezreal goes down. Has to worry about Elixir of Iron. Will he take the risk?
I mean, once you sees the Thermogenic Beam being committed by Tricky, which I think has to come down this turn, it would be a pretty clear signal to just wipe out this entire board and still not really have the most menacing of boards remaining for himself. Going to have only the 2 drop boards and the Fallen Feline, but still, that's more damage coming in on the open attack. Yeah,
we have to kill the Echo this turn because on any other round with the Chrono Break active, it's going to be pretty, it's going to be pretty devastating, essentially having your removal negated.
There's going to be the crystal coming down. No way to stop this. And Thermogenic Beam in response from Tricky onto the Echo. The full army of drop borders has now assembled. We saw the Corsairs earlier. Now it's the drop borders. We're going to see all the different 1-drops assembling throughout this fight night.
And as we head into the next round, Broken Ball now has Voice of the Risen. Turns this pretty mediocre board into a threatening swarm. And Tricky only has a Chump Wump to respond.
Going to be hard staying alive here now at 11 HP, a much riskier point to be in, and finds a Teemo, but just so late. Has nothing in hand that can help him out. With Frieza is going to have to go for Insider Knowledge. I'm not sure what he's hoping to get here, but this is going to be lethal. Finds a Flash Freeze, but it's still going to be lethal damage, even without the Voice of the Risen attacking here. And that's going to be it. Tricky gets eliminated. Broken Ball moves on to the Grand Finals, and in Game 1 and Game 3, both times he's been victim of this deck just drawing in the wrong order, not finding the right pieces, and because of this, just not really being able to play out his game plan.
I think that the Insider Knowledge was probably looking for like Brittle Steel, Flash Freeze. You can survive with a couple points of HP, but yeah, the no Peddlers. Peddlers absolutely MIA. Super unfortunate. And these sorts of decks that can pop off when they get their synergies together have kind of gone to the wayside, unfortunately, because Echo Zillion has tons of predicts. They can find their pieces. Even Lulu has the extra threat of just Boom Baboons, On Urchin, just general swarm plan, and then Yordle Captain, we've said it before, Panda, is like a nice stand-in for Lulu to still supplement your board.
Yep, exactly. That's gonna be the case. So Broken Ball very, very happy to be once again in the Grand Finals, waiting for his opponent. And to find out who that will be, we'll have to go and now, go down to the losers bracket and see what's going on over there. Looks like Talpinator is facing off against Gouda. They are in Game 3. This is round 2 still of the losers bracket. The winner of this game will be the player we'll be casting in the next match in the loser semis. But for now, it's going to be this final Game 3 with Talpinator on the victor list.
Oh, we're getting clarification. This is actually just still Game 2. Targon doing Targon things. There is a stun on the victor. He's got a whole slew of keywords. Very important to note, this Shock Blast is discounted because it was created off of Station Archivist. Very, very nice.
The HP about even here. The hand quality and size also about even. So a bit of a stalemate going on right now. That being said, there is a massive victor on the board for Talpinator that I think definitely skews things in his favor.
Still a decent swing here to just, again, force the board to trade down and set up for this victor to clear a path. 3 burn damage in hand as well. An extra draw potentially with this final Zonai Urchin if you want to go for that line. And just trying to block down as best as you can. Shock Blast also going to potentially come off the top. We know that it's in the top handful of cards thanks to the Station Archivist. So that's going to be 3 damage on the Nexus, 6 damage on the Nexus. Certainly doable.
Yeah, possibly just the want to say the burn plan for Gouda. I was going to say the Gurn plan, but no. The burn plan for Gouda is definitely the way for him to go now, considering that on the board, it's going to be impossible because Victor is there, not just as a massive, threat in terms of the stats, but also because of the lifesteal. You can't go into direct combat because you're just going to give a chance for the heals to come through.
Spell Thief actually pulling a Hex Core upgrade and an Ignition. A lot of dead trash here for Gouda, not offering any good things to steal.
Well, the trash is burn damage as well on these ignitions, though, so you have to consider this as well. 6 damage total off of the ignitions, and hand if this ignition is picked up, alongside Get Excited for 9 next turn, but that means you would have to discard your top deck, so would make things a little bit difficult, or rather impossible, for Gouda to win off of.
Yeah, needs to be just the right amount of top deck burn, because this Victor does have lifesteal.
You can always, of course, kill off the unit that's blocking the Victor with a Mystic Shot and then buy yourself more time that way. But even then, the around the sides, there's still going to be enough damage to seal the deal here for Gouda with only 7 HP.
Yeah, Victor's also got Overwhelm, so if you kill your own blocker, you still just take a bajillion damage.
That's maybe not the best idea then.
It's like that meme. I'm a genius. Oh no! But we've got 7 damage in the hand of burn here for Gouda. Just coming up a little short here in the 11th hour. Here in game 2, it looks like Talpinator is going to close this out. You play the Victor, and he just absolutely snowballs. We see here Gouda's list wants to be very value-oriented, wants to generally answer the board. You're hoping for Vi to line up, but there's just nothing there to stop the onslaught. The Glorious Evolution takes game 2.
And that's going to be game 2 going to Talpinator. So 1-1 rather in the series. We're going to go to a finally going into this game 3 now to find out who ends up advancing to loser semis. This is round 2 still. We're not entirely sure what decks were banned and what decks are available still, but there's going to be one more match between these two players. And, well, we do know Gouda's lineup at the very least. Or Gouda's deck, rather.
Exactly. We maybe might see the Echo Zillion come out if that was banned, or maybe it was already the deck that won the first game. But we know that these players are hungry for it. The Fight Night is something that players want to bring, like some spicy stuff a lot of the time, but they're still here to play very seriously. And so you're going to bring some oddball things, get those wins, and Victor, again, still showing to be a very, very potent threat in the current metagame especially.
And we're going now into this Game 3 final. It's going to be the Pink City deck for Talpinator, the kind of the reimagining of Pink City with a few different cards being added in, like Teeny Dactyl and the different cards that were added in the last few card releases, the card expansions. But Gouda still, as we mentioned, on this affiliate list on the PNZ target and trying to fight for his life in this tournament. This is, again, losers bracket. This is the stay in and maybe win or get eliminated kind of game here in this Game 3 of the series.
Crackshot Corsair sneaking in 2 damage at the start here. Gouda a little bit favored. Got a lot of reactivity, but having Vi in the opening hand is also great. Once she hits the board, there's really nothing that Talpinator can do to remove her. So a lot of early work needs to be done here to get as much damage through before round 5 and then convert to a burn plan. Talpinator's list does have 2 copies of Double Up.
It's a much better start than we saw in games in the past, but Gouda's deck is full of removal, efficient removal at that, with PNZ, of course, as a region, and can deal with misfortune very easily here.
Yep, was thinking about going for the Sump Fumes and the Ignition on the stack to buff up this Ballistic bot, but is opting not to go for that buff in order to trade into the Crackshot Corsair. Just going to get more defense on this particular turn, killing the 2-1 instead. But now Ballistic Bot goes down to 1 HP. There's a chance it gets removed by a Pokey Stick or maybe Make It Rain. Spacey Sketcher is a decent pickup, though. We can get the Charger, the Serpent.
Oh. The Serpent, it is a very clean 0 mana play. And again, this is all about the unit parity on the board when you're playing against lists that are trying to play for aggro, trying to play for just very wide boards very quickly, and sneaking in damage around the sides. And the Serpent for 0 mana does a very good job stopping that.
Yeah, the Serpent, it's a very risky play because of the threat of Make It Rain. Opts for the Trickster instead. And just having a more stable board. Conchologist now being developed. 3 mana or less spell. There's a lot of very powerful hits in this region combination. Usually it's going to get you more direct damage to the Nexus.
Considering the options very closely here from Talpinator's side.
I mean, yeah, we've got like another Make It Rain, another Parley would be very fantastic for clearing out a lot of the chump blockers, right? That this P and Z Targon archetype relies on. A lot of 1 HP, 2 HP things. It's very, very likely to just clear those and then just start swinging and getting in a lot of damage. So overall, Talpinator's probably got the best start that he can hope for. And Vi is about to come down on the next round and start enforcing as doing what she likes to do.
Parley going to be an option here to try and sneak in some damage on this next open attack, potentially from Talpinator. That being said, there's a Mystic Shot in hand still from Gouda. There's an Elusive that can chump block and value trade quite easily. There might still be, I was going to say 1 mana still up. There might be one more unit coming down from Talpinator. That will be his best attempt at a wide swing on this next turn.
I really do like the open attack, to be honest. It's like when you're against P and Z, the open attack doesn't feel as good because you know they're going to have a lot of removal like Mystic Shot and things of that nature. But if you bait out that removal, maybe you delay Vi by a turn. I wonder how much Talpinator is actually trying to respect the threat of Vi from Gouda's side.
Maybe a chance for a second Misfortune potentially on this development instead. Now that he sees the Thermogenic Beam being used on the last turn, but there's still going to be a Mystic Shot, still going to be a Get Excited as well. So a lot of clean removal available for Gouda. And Gouda knows this is a matchup where if he's able to survive until the point where his value game takes over, if he's able to stay healthy as well when the Star Shapings come in, he's going to be in full control of this game.
Yeah, if Aphelios hits, we start getting Severum. It's pretty much curtains. There's only 1 copy of Star Shaping, but already the control and removal is starting to take shape in the hand. And there's Vi, again, trying to clear a path for a wider swing, gets punished by this big development. Conchologist comes through to find another card, find another resource. We could see this 1/1 Lonely Poro swing in just to get the 1 damage on the Nexus from Crackshot Corsair. Every point certainly counts.
Oh, there's going to be a full swing probably. I mean, I think there's going to be 1 more unit probably for 1 mana, I would expect. And this is maybe the fatal mistake that Gouda has made. If there's 1 more unit, going to be a Protopore. It's going to be a big swing. And this is where you push through the damage. This is where your opponent's at 14 HP. You're going to get quite a bit more damage coming through the impact as well on the Protoporo. And you're going to get closer to that range where you're in danger.
Keeps the Crackshot Corsair alive, potentially to block more damage down the road. Protoporo, sort of a pseudo Crackshot as well. So dealing 6 this turn, very respectable. Talpinator is certainly closing in on the victory. 8 HP, that's double up range. Treasured Trash could also find something absolutely ridiculous to close out here.
Has to hope for no heals whatsoever from Gouda the next return. That's really the biggest thing.
One of Moonlight Affliction in this pile does activate the Sky Shadows because it is a Nightfall card.
And that was kind of the last turn where you expect Talpinator to have any kind of wide swing, simply because now the value trades with Vi, especially being able to, to snipe down a unit and then still have the block for the next turn. That was the last turn where you're going to be seeing combat damage coming through for the most part. Maybe Impact does sneak through still, but this is where now you have to shift for Talpinator. You have to find that burn capability, you have to find the Treasure Trash on the top end, you have to find now ways to end the game. You've got to this point, 6, it's a good position to be in, but you have to now find a way to continue this momentum.
And of course, Talpinator again running 2 copies of Double Up. So Gouda has to maybe keep this Mystic Shot up to deny the double up damage now. Just going for some big swings here, trying to keep the board under control. Forcing Talpinator to spend the mana on redeveloping threats rather than playing it specifically for burn. Maybe buying Gouda a few more attempts to top deck Star Shaping and come back into this game.
And this might be the chance for Talpinator to commit this double up if he has it in hand. And Gouda is prepared, 6 mana to work with, has both the Get Excited and the Mystic Shot as a way to deny that from happening.
And it's coming through. Just going to let that down. So no double up as of yet. We've got the Scrappy Bomb about to detonate. So just a little bit more damage still coming through onto the Nexus. This will activate maybe Gnar or Teeny Dactyl at the start of the next round.
Looks like we are having some problems with the stream. Unfortunately, it looks like we can't quite get... oh, we're back. Never mind. We're back in the action.
Wait, we're trying. We're trying to fight for it.
There's a struggle there. There's a power struggle between Twitch and us, and we're losing. We're losing, guys. We need some help because this battle is not going our way. I'm not sure we'll be able to catch the end of that stream. I think, considering the host from Gouda, I think we know the outcome of that match. Gouda did make a bit of a misplay there.
Rest in peace. The going down after the Scrappy Bomb, Gouda goes down to 7 HP. The Protoporo was still dead, so that's 7 in hand. I mean, that's pretty difficult to do outside of double up for burst damage.
We're back from Talpinator's perspective. We've shifted, and production's always on top of things. Ice-T making it work, fighting Twitch and winning.
All right, so we've got the Poison Dart grabbed off of Conchologist. This can ping the Nexus directly. I wonder if this came down to mushrooms. A nice wide swing versus the Vi. Gouda's hand is only a hush, and the Dusk Petal Dust, if I'm not mistaken.
So the double up is there, as we were talking about. It was expected, I think, at this stage of the game to have that double up waiting in hand, waiting to find the opportunity to go for it. Could be now, could be the chance on this Vi potentially, but she gets the extra HP on level up, so not quite in range just yet. And the tough makes it so that you can't really chip her down with either the Pokey Stick or the Poison Dart.
Yep. So now we've got Pokey Stick, Poison Dart going onto the Nexus. That's 2 damage. Scrappy Bomb has you on a clock. And from this position, it looks like Gouda just didn't hit the star shaping. No Aphelios as well. No Severum. And there is the lethal double Pokey Stick and Poison Dart.
Is there
just
anything that
one
Gouda...
step too soon. Moonlight Affliction lets Vi hit for 10. Her effect doesn't activate to deal 5 unless she actually hits a blocker, though, right? So this is just 10 direct damage, not 15.
And not quite enough to finish the game here. And, it's one of those things where if the wording was just a little bit different on this unit, that no one would ever care about except for this exact moment in Fight Night, you would win the game. But it's not the case, and you've been saved by the people that were typing away when they made this champion, and it has to strike a unit, which is something that a lot of people forget, myself included, until Scarzig mentioned it now.
Make Vi deal 15 heavens.
I have a change.org petition opening up.
Make Vi deal 3/4 of your Nexus damage because she's just that big.
That will be the first petition you guys will sign. The second one will be Bring Back Deep. And I expect at least 100,000 signatures from all our viewers that have been watching us all throughout this year and that want to save my mental health.
I mean, the Deep Illuminati is certainly there to support you, Panda. Yeah, just puts the dart on the stack. If that last card is star shaping, they're going to cast it no matter what anyway. So it's better just to go for it now to deny the extra couple chances of drawing into it before your Scrappy Bomb detonates. And that was game 3 going to Talpinator.
And Talpinator able to advance, able to eliminate last week's champion. So Gouda did not have the hottest of tournaments despite doing oh so well last week. Falls now in the second round of the losers bracket. And the next matchup we have coming up will be Talpinator versus Aaron. Aaron, the Swedish player, still alive, still trying his best, beat Physical in the last round as well, and now has a chance to, well, he's in the top 4 already, so already a great result for himself and for Talpinator as well. But they'll have to face off, and the winner of that match will have to face up against the Mushrooms from Tricky, and then eventually the matchup against Broken Bull in the grand finals. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere. We'll be going into a bit of a longer break now, the midpoint of this tournament, 5 minutes, and we'll be back with some more Runeterra action.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends. We're about to start sorting out the lower bracket, and we've got Aaron on deck, a player we haven't yet seen on tonight's broadcast, but a very strong player nonetheless.
Player that really got his claim to fame in the second Masters Europe tournament. Salty Simon was missing on the Swedish team. Everyone kind of wrote off Sweden as a team that without Simon, their star player, they wouldn't do so well. But Aaron came in as a captain from, the LP to qualify Sweden to the tournament itself and showed up. They played really, really well throughout the entire group stage, and he really dominated on Lee Sin that entire season. Was considered one of the best Lee Sin players in EMEA. Hasn't brought it to the tournament today. Thank God.
Not even Victor Lee.
Tisk,
tisk.
But, it's still a very good player, and it's still, of course, very good on many different archetypes, and overall, one of my favorite players in the EMEA region, just from the interviews I had with him throughout the last few tournaments. Very cool guy overall, and very good. He's going to prove it here today, trying to fight for a spot in the losers final.
Yeah, channeling some of that kind of OG EMEA energy, playing a lot of slower decks that kind of Europe became known for a long time, right? They were like the region that was playing control decks very more commonly at a much higher level, and everybody really needed to catch up. So we can get a closer look at those decks now. The first one is Feel the Rush. Now, this deck, it has been in and out of the metagame over and over and over again, and in a tournament setting where you can ban Sundisk, you get to really bully your opponent out. This one has triple It That Stares, double She Who Wanders, double Buried in Ice. Just such a massive late game in this deck. And with the Atrocity, it just has like 9 different ways to kill you. If you can't answer Feel the Rush, even if you can answer Feel the Rush, you're probably going down.
3 copies of Piercing Darkness as well is definitely a surprising one for me. It just goes to show how slow this deck is happy to be, considering that he's a slow speed 6-mana spell. Very strong effect, of course, with the draining and able to sustain yourself into the late game and win any kind of race against other decks as well. But definitely an addition that was not commonplace in most versions of Freljord, Shadow Isles Control until now, it seems like. Actually, not 3 copies is the biggest thing.
I know, 3 copies of Piercing Darkness, probably anticipating the meta to be much more aggressive. That 5 damage does hit a lot of key targets in the metagame, so I am happy to see it. But moving on to the next deck, we've got the pile here. And look at this, it all fits inside of the box now. Zoe Aphelios Vi, the classic. I think this was the original pile, right? The Targon P and Z. Just a lot of flexibility, a lot of 1-ofs and 2-ofs with it's every time you see decks like this, the players always claim like, oh, these ratios are very data driven, very importantly tested. You only need 1 of this, you only need 2 of that, and you just got something for every situation.
And sometimes the case where you just need 1 copy of a champion, and that's all you need. For example, because I know there's a gambit about me mentioning Deep. When I first started playing Deep with 1 copy of Thresh, that was a hot stuff when Deep first came out. And that's
I was playing it with 1 TF.
That was not the way, Scarzig. You were on the wrong path right away. The moment Deep came out, you strayed too far already.
When Deep came out, I played Nautilus and Freljord. I was on some weird stuff.
And then you went to Nightfall, so it didn't get any better, unfortunately, for you and your latter experiences. But for anyone playing this deck, it's definitely going well because it's a deck that has been tried and tested. Even for Aaron, actually, the Masters Europe tournament he came into, that was one of I mentioned it before, where the most played deck actually, after bans and everything, what ended up being the initial version of Zoe Vi. Very good mid-range deck with very good matchups against the entire meta, really, and very versatile as well. And similar thing now with Aphelios coming back into action. This seems to be the best shell for him.
Yeah, you want to just have flexibility, even matchups across the board. This was like the progenitor to the like the Tri-Beam decks. But the third list that has been brought by Aaron to round out this whole lineup is Sivir Akshan, actually. Opting for a more mid-range strategy, something that can go a bit more aggressive if need be. This is still a deck, despite its great performances on ladders and throughout different tournaments, is still very slept on, very underrepresented outside of like those 2 weeks where like mid-range Demacia was just like the king. But this version is still heavy. Opting for a couple Cithria the Bolt at the top end.
And we were joking about it off stream in the break, looking at this list, because the go-to talking point for any caster when they see Akshan Sivir is, what 5-drop are they running? Is it Bruisers? Is it, the newer versions now with Radiant Guardian, for example? In this case, the 6-drops are now coming in. And who knows what the future has in store for Akshan Sivir? How far will these players go? Will they go into the 7-mana range, 8 mana maybe? Stay tuned and find out in the next 2 years of competitive Runeterra.
Overall, I really like... I mean, I like how this deck is adapting, though, right? Because it's only running 2 Golden Aegis. You understand the rally isn't that important anymore. Having a wider variety of potential threats where you aren't just all in on Sivir rally does give it some flexibility. Scouts has gotten a lot of mileage lately out of Cithria the Bold, being able to punish a lot of these other decks that want to play 1 attack and 2 attack units to chump you down. It makes a lot of sense.
That's going to be a lineup for Aaron, and that's kind of a lineup that's not really too spicy, kind of pretty, standard to some extent. Maybe decks that we haven't seen in a while in the competitive setting, but still decks that have been around for a very, very long time, and decks that have proven they can do a very good job in the right hands. There's some players that have just a special amount of experience with decks like Freljord, Shadow Isles Control. That it's been a deck that has existed in some variation in every single meta.
Since the very beginning, exactly.
And some players that have played it throughout many different, they have a very good feel for the deck, for what it can do, where it can stall to, what matches it can deal with best, and they have the power to look at a certain meta and say, oh, this deck fits right now in this current meta. I'm going to try and take advantage of this and play to its strengths.
If you're predicting a metagame where people are going to go very aggressive to beat down Sundisk, you can run Freljord Shadow Isles, which just bullies out so many early mid-game decks. Even if you are unfavored, if your opponent happens to draw a very slow hand, or you get your, double Blighted Ravine draw or Blighted Ravine Avalanche to clear those really important 3 HP or 4 HP units, then you're still sitting pretty. And we saw it earlier with Tricky. She Who Wanders is a beastly card versus a lot of these decks that have so many chump blockers, and even like the Vi pile, just so many 1, 2, and 3 attack units that are just there to be speed bumps and generate value, just get completely removed from the hand.
And that'll be the consideration. I'm very interested to see what the bans will look like, which of these 3 decks from Aaron will not be making it through, and what the rest of the matches will look like for this series. Do you have any predictions as to which of the 3 decks from Aaron's lineup are not going to be seeing play in this next series?
Looking at Talpinator's lineup, we've got the Treasure Trash, the Misfortune Gnar, the Pink City is perhaps again a bit too slow. You can't really beat Shadow Isles Freljord with that. We do have Yordles and Arms, which does have some play if they can get set up. But again, you're kind of gambling against the the Blighted Ravine and stuff like that. And then the Victor Ziggs has a much higher concentration of burn. So I have a feeling that Freljord Shadow Isles might actually be the ban. And it remains to be seen if Aaron wants to ban the Lulu Fizz or take their chances. We've seen players win and lose that gamble over and over so far in today's broadcast.
I agree. FTR feels like it's going to just have the best tools to deal with aggro, and that's most of what.
And the triple piercing darkness, which is very uncommon, is just also pretty devastating. If you play that Lulu, you can just piercing darkness the Lulu or the Yordle Captain, and a big power card is taken out of the equation. So Aaron might have left Yordles and Arms up if you think Feel the Rush is going to make it through.
Right away, we see that the Akshan Sivir has been let through for Aaron for this game 1, up against Talpinator's PNZ list. It's going to just go
Victor
aggro.
Ziggs. Yeah. Just a lot of aggression, a lot of burn. This one has just bigger bodies on average thanks to the Victor and the Ziggs. Station Archivist allowing you to find like some extra spells like Mystic Shot and Excited. We saw at the very tail end of a match where you just have a massive Victor that can't be responded to, and then you just start to dump Shock Blasts on your opponents.
And this, like most of Talpinator's lists, are going to be lists that have the same game plan of flooding the board with very cheap units, trying to go very wide very quickly, dealing some amount of damage around the sides for the first few turns until turn 5 or 6, and then trying to end the game with all kinds of different burn, as we're seeing with Mystic Shots and even the ballistic bot with ignition as well. But you have the upside of having that Victor as a unit that, despite going further into the game, into turn 6 or 7, is still a unit that will be viable and that will potentially be able to deal some extra damage.
Ooh, has the shape stone. Big call out here. There's been a debate lately around whether or not you're supposed to respect the shape stone or not. It's like, which one is better on average? And Talpinator's in a position of, okay, do I get excited this? Do I mystic shot? What am I trying to cover? You cover sharp sight, but not shielded Durand, right?
Yeah, Get Excited would be the best option on the Flame Chompers even, but opts to just not go for it at all. And this is really, telling of a burn player's mindset. You just don't care. You just want to deal damage to the Nexus, and if you use Get Excited on the Auction, you can deal it, to the Nexus instead, and that's the idea here for Talpinator.
Still dangerous to set up the Victor now with the Petrocyte Broadwing entering the fold, especially with that Shield of Durand. Maybe you play out this first Victor just to set up a path for the second one. This also forces Aaron to maybe attack to deny the Hex Core upgrade.
There's the barrier as well, so now you can't deal with the you can't use Get Excited to deal with the extra health that Shield of Durand might give this Broadwing.
Yeah, so just goes for the Hex Core upgrade. Gets Fearsome, was maybe hoping for Tough or something like that. But we are now getting word that Aaron banned Yordles and Arms, and Talpinator did ban Feel the Rush, just taking those very, very powerful decks out of the equation and trying to mix it up here with some of these other kind of mid-game oriented and burn decks.
And it does make sense. As we mentioned, I think Feel the Rush is that one kind of boogeyman matchup for any aggro list you don't want to face up against, the board clears, the healing, the drain effect from 3 copies of Piercing Darkness. I mean, it just sounds like an absolute nightmare. I think with open deck list, where you look at the list and you're like, yeah, this is not happening. I'm 100% banning this no matter what, and that's going to be the case here. This round, though, or this exact turn here is going to be very difficult. The Victor going down for free, essentially. The Shield of Durand making this Broadwing now scale a little bit out of control. Second one coming in, maybe just trying to say, hey, why not make this Broadwing the star of the show? Sit 3 at 6 mana? No, it's going to be the 2 mana challenger instead.
And here comes Victor number 2, going to try to outscale, but Aaron has this gigantic Petrocyte Broadwing, is going to keep that under control, and Talpinator is just all in on the burn game plan. Maybe we can get elusive here, get a cheeky swing of 3 extra damage. Every point counts.
No. Lifesteal, but you're at 20 HP, so not really ideal in this case for Talpinator. Sivir coming down now as well, essentially on curve for Aaron. Nice attack token, going to start looking a little bit scary.
Yeah, so Talpinator now has to play a defensive role here. With the Warlord's Palace about to tick down, we could see, the Shield of Durand put onto the Sivir to get the predict draw, maybe even put a burst speed Sandstone Charger into play, depending on how aggressive you actually want to be here. Sivir also getting very close to leveling up. If we can put Quick Attack on this Petrocyte Broadwing, Talpinator is just completely zoned out of developing the board from this position. It's a Giga Flame Chomper.
And the third Victor was found in the hand as well. So you go through the entire cycle of Victors at this point for Talpinator. I mean, that's always going to be a good thing because Victor now is, of course, a very, very strong card. Even the moment he comes down, can already instantly become a threat, as you mentioned, with the chance to get elusive on the very first keyword. But you have to now play on the defensive maybe a little bit from Talpinator's side because the board is starting to become a bit menacing with Sivir now on the board. And especially this Broadwing that's not going to die anytime soon.
Yeah, because we can put the Sandstone Charger first in line to level up the Sivir, and then that will indeed put the Spell Shield and the Quick Attack on the Petrocyte Broadwing. And Talpinator has to somehow find 15 points of out-of-hand burn damage before Aaron finds Golden Aegis.
There's another Victor coming in, so don't count out Victor just yet. First 2 times didn't work out, but the third time, that's when he really gets things going.
I mean, yeah, your opponent puts so much resources in answering the first 2 Victors. Surely the third one has a clear path to victory, and that's just not the case, right? Unfortunately, next round, Aaron can just go for Concerted Strike. pull this. The early tempo just wasn't there. You'd like to see like Boom Baboon, Zonite Urchin type stuff. Maybe Ziggs to just be a better 3-mana 3/4 that just deals some damage and doesn't need to sit there and scale up. So overall, the Sivir Akshan was a very nice idea for the current metagame. Earlier in the broadcast, we talked about how a lot of decks weren't really built around directly responding to the opponent's backline. And so just simply having a sizable challenger unit is enough to swing these matchups in your favor.
Overwhelm coming through on the Victor, not quite what you want to see just yet. You want to see Elusive instead. Ziggs was also top deck, but not really a champion that comes in and can suddenly swing the game at this point in the game on turn 7. A little bit too late for him to really be that impactful. When he comes down on curve, that's where he is most menacing with his stat line.
So here we go. Overwhelm and Tough, still not enough to live against this Broadwing. Here comes the Relic of Power. Predict and draw 1. You get the extra chance of getting that Golden Aegis or maybe even a Recurrent Bruiser from this position. Be very strong to put more keywords on this leveled up Sivir and keep the pain train going. Looks like Akshan was found.
Leveled up already. So comes in with a 3/3 stat line, the extra stats, the Warlord's Palace as well, counting down. And as we mentioned, the combination of Sivir, of Akshan, the extra value from the predict draws, that's where it really all comes together. It gives you the consistency to find the key cards you need, like the rally effects, for example, in the later stages of the game. And that's what Aaron is now working towards with the Absolver in hand as well. It's going to be a very explosive attacking turn. Concerted Strike to control the only real threat on the board for Talpinator. And this means that now the game is, to some extent fully in control for Aaron. And he's too healthy to really be at risk of some kind of explosive burn potential from Talpinator.
Has to go for the get excited here. Keep this Akshan under control at the very least. Try to find a line where we can get another type of swarm to maybe get some damage through around the sides, but the Shield of Durand is there as well. Aaron's basically sequence for this list has been absolutely perfect. And Concerted Strike also is 2 different ticks for the Sentinel's Horde. So we're moving closer and closer towards that big swing. And now Aaron with Absolver, AoE Overwhelm, with Formidable on this Petrosite Broadwing is going to be lethal. Could even go deeper down the road here with the Vigor and Vagabond.
Third Get Excited also found for Talpinator. So he's drawing cards, it's all 3 or nothing at all basically for him. With the Victors now Get Excited as well, but again, the game plan here is just not really there. Doesn't really have anything going for him. Has just Get Excited, has the Ziggs, but has lost control in this mid to late game.
Yeah, you absolutely want to get like a more explosive start in a matchup like this. And again, the Petrosite Broadwing, Shield of Durand, just very few decks can deal with this level of HP. It's still super healthy at 8. It curved beautifully into the Sivir to just give it quick attack as well. And it's again similar to Yordles and Arms. You just have this big challenger unit just keeping you from ever having a realistic threat on board. And Talpinator with the triple Victor draw meant that there was just not enough wide threat and direct nexus damage that could really be used to close out from this position.
And they all stem from that one turn when you had the Brightstone Protector coming down, giving the barrier to the Broadwing, that even with the Get Excited in hand, you couldn't get the damage through to get its health down to save the Victor, to at least make them trade. And that's, once I saw that happening, I knew that the value being gained for Aaron on that one turn was so large that it would be very hard for Talpinator to come back into the swing of things, and that was the case here. If my petition to buff deep goes through, my second one will be to nerf Brightsteel Protector. I have been silently talking about this card for a long time. I still think it's busted.
Oh, it absolutely is. I think we've just over time have seen how powerful an effect like that can be in the game. And I did put it on my blasphemous Hall of Fame list to maybe even just take it out of the game entirely. There's just, Petrosite Broadwing, Brightsteel Protector. There's really no other 2-drops that Demacia can get that are worth running over those 2. I've seen some people say make it a 2/1, maybe move it up to 3 mana.
I stand by the fact that Eye of the Dragon and Brightsteel Protector are the 2 sneakiest cards in the history of Runeterra, where they've managed to somehow stay out of the spotlight, stay just just enough behind the curtains to allow everyone around them to get nerfed, but they just silently stay.
Eye of the Dragon, no. Eye of the Dragon was not behind the scenes.
It hasn't been nerfed, though. It hasn't been nerfed.
Eye of the Dragon was in the forefront, but had some sort of like Ionian diplomatic immunity.
Yeah, there was some special contacts all over the place. A lot of pull coming in for Eye of the Dragon from, you know, its family or something.
But that was just the first game, right? Talpinator drops the first game, but when you're playing a deck with that much direct burn damage, as long as your opponent doesn't immediately get set up on board and start bullying you, you can just sort of end the game. So I'm still confident that Talpinator has some play within this matchup. It's just that Aaron, compared to the other lineups we've seen today, has a different variety of scary.
And this is, I think, a better list against the aggro list that Talpinator is bringing now, because it has just such clean removal. A full mulligan occurs there. It doesn't really find the 1-for-1 removal you want, but still a good early curve for Aaron is going to be great. Going to be able to kind of match card for card in the early game with Talpinator and make sure the board doesn't get too flooded too quickly.
Absolutely blessed as well. Every pile that's running one copy of Zoe, it's optimal because you always have Zoe on turn 1. And the Vi in the opening hand is wonderful to see. This particular build has 2 copies of Star Shaping, so a bit of a higher chance to get that clutch healing.
Make it rain would be a big punish here.
Gotta call out the one of Pale Cascade. Do it. If Aaron gets this super cool star chart, gets a Serpent or something, or a Crescent Strike, it's really just going to snowball this game. There was the consideration where Talpinator was like, okay, do I want to hold to Make It Rain so I can play a Corsair this turn?
But so I have a chance to play out the Mirai Warden perfectly on this turn alongside the second Corsair. I think the Mirai Warden's going to pull another Corsair as well. What do you think, Scarzig? To bring the family together once again, all 3 of them.
There's the Crackshot Corsair. Mirai Warden certainly could do it.
You're not could do it, is gonna do it, I'm sure.
Shadow Fiend.
We saw the foreshadowing earlier today when all 3 got together, and now it was leading to this moment, Scarzig. This exact moment in time where I correctly predict that the generated unit from Mirai Warden will be the 3rd brother, the Forgotten One. Nope.
Ooh,
that's
Omen Hawk is a pretty
that's
cute
a bird.
Pickup,
that's the wrong one. It's Halloween. He's dressed up as a bird, but that is the 3rd Corsair, actually.
So let's see. Just a nice attack here. You go for the value trade on the 1/1. Deal some chip damage to the ballistic bots. Maybe try to set up another Make It Rain, especially with the barrel, maybe into red card or something. But nope, just keeps a wide board. Gets the 2 free damage on the Nexus. If this Omen Hawk hits like a Misfortune or maybe even a Stone Stacker, it could be pretty devastating.
Or a Teeny Dactyl, the extra health might help it stay alive for all the removal there's going to be here from Aaron, but only 4 mana to work with, so even the Thermogenic Beam isn't that crazy. Exactly 4 mana is available, but no way to get the Plunder effect off on this turn alongside of it. And it will be Control just coming down instead.
Pilfered Goods. I think this is the second time we've seen Talpinator pick this card.
Today's a day of 3s. Victor comes in 3s, Corsairs come in 3, Drop Borders come in 3, and Pilfered Goods is the second time. It's not the last, Scarzig. It's not the last.
We could get the forbidden, like, double plunder, steal the Get Excited or Mystic shots from Aaron's list. There is a little bit of direct Nexus damage in that deck. Or steal both Star Shapings and deny the healing. Oh my god, could you imagine?
No nabs will ever surprise me more than that one tournament where we had Salty Simon losing to, I believe it was Kennan, right, in the loser's bracket with just the craziest snap.
Oh yeah, plundered the one of tech card, the Field of Rush. Yeah, it was awful. So we've got a 2-1 into the 3-2.
Ooh, Aaron got a much better pull from Mirai Warden there.
Yeah, iterative improvement in order to get this wide defense up and running. And again, the Corsairs have to stay alive. We can develop, now that this attack has gone through, we can play the deck hand potentially this round and go for another wider swing.
For any confused viewers, the individual on the webcam is not Talpinator himself. It is an Italian streamer, Italian ace. that's not his full name. He's just an ace that he's Italian, and he is the one streaming or casting the perspective of Talpinator. So there might be a bit of confusion there, but that is not Talpinator himself. He is
right
shrouded in mystery.
And I believe OE used to do that as well, where you had a French commentator going over his gameplay as well in his earlier streams. So we've got Dreadway Deckhand coming through. We've got a nice attack here to set up the Nexus damage off of Corsair, and allows you to play the Jagged Butcher and also the Teeny Dactyl to get that transformation. From here, however, Aaron does have Vi. Really depends on how you want to respond to this swing. If you want to play the Ignition this turn or not.
Yeah, Thermogenic Beam as well, you might consider as an option if you think there's a big threat coming as well. So going to be an interesting priority pass after the attack comes in, but instead going to be the development first from Talpinator. I do think this is correct. I do think this forces the hand in terms of if you're waiting for a remove, you're going to play out Vi. Because when you play out Vi, that's all your mana for this turn, and it gives Talpinator a much better idea of what play to commit to once the attack is over.
Mm-hmm. And Vi was the play there, as now an 8/4 in the wings. You can still attack with a 2/2 to get 2 Nexus damage, but the Teeny Dactyl will go down to the Vi. So maybe instead of going for the Teeny Dactyl, we go for the Pilfered Goods this turn.
The Corsair still doing their job, making sure this damage connects onto the Nexus, trying to slowly chip away at Aaron's life total when he doesn't really have any kind of healing or star shaping in the hand right now. The barrel pops, the Vi blocks with Tough, not going to take very much damage there. And this now opens up the opportunity for Teeny Dactyl to come down.
The Kai Reaper scaling is also pretty scary. Vi can pull your fearsome blocker. You're taking a lot of damage.
Pilfered Goods played out instead.
Find
The
some
Get
burn.
Excited was stolen as Scarzig read off of the script a few minutes ago.
And now we got the Sump Dredger to get even more draws, get more burn. We've got the potential for Teeny Dactyl into Teeny Dactyl. Once Aaron does attack, it does make the Teeny Dactyl development a little bit more safe. Although the transform wouldn't happen necessarily this turn. Maybe forces like a big Thermo. But we've seen now the power of just big challenger units in the current metagame, where your opponent can no longer greedily set up these engines. You have something to say about it for certain.
Solari Priestess comes down for Aaron, trying to maybe fish for Golden Sisters, trying to find some lifesteal. Does not find it, finds an Obliterate effect instead for the 6 mana. So another good answer for Teeny Dactyl does come down. Maybe Talpinator says, hey, Teeny Dactyl is really not going to do it. Well, never mind. Going to play it out instead. Comes out and is now at the mercy of the Thermogenic Beam. So a 1 mana upswing for Aaron. And an extra proc on the Bakai Reaper as well.
So now we have the pull on the Vi. So she's going to level up from this 10 damage swing. We've got a block against this Bakai Reaper and a lot of damage coming through. Vi's going to also, again, with the level up and Tough, he's going to be pretty immune to a lot of the damage that's currently being threatened by Talpinator. And here in the mid game, that early homework, as you like to call it, Panda, has not been achieved. Still at 12 HP, still very healthy. Crackshot Corsairs are nice, but if you don't have direct threats on against this Ballistic Bot stat line to swing through, it's just not going to be a good time for you. The iterative improvement for Aaron to take the Mirai Warden was so clutch for keeping up that early defense.
Nar's not bad here, but I anticipate maybe just straight up Falling Comet raining down from the sky and landing on Nar's little head, unfortunately, before he's able to get the value from Pokesticks, before he's able to get any extra value in terms of card draw, which is a scarier thing because you also have a way to deal with the quick attack with a Hush, for example.
So we'll see how this is responded to. We do have a potential trade thanks to Hush.
Yeah.
So you can save the Falling Comet for some bigger thing down the road.
Is there a bigger thing though in this deck? That's, I mean, I guess from Treasure Trash maybe?
Yeah, something from Treasure Trash. That's a good point. Even this Teeny Dactyl that Talpinator has been trying to babysit here. it's just been so awkward where you have to play out other units to attack alongside the Corsairs to get that effect. Surrenders. Maybe a misplay not putting the Hush down. And then with the level up on the Gnar, setting up the vulnerable. Maybe too much to deal with. Oh, pardon me. We're getting an update from our director. Aaron, unfortunately, has to go to another commitment. Something came up, so Aaron was not able to complete the set. So Talpinator is actually going to take the win there.
Very unfortunate. It was very confusing for a second because nothing there justified a surrender, but that's going to be the case. You know, things happen. Not entirely sure what came up, but hopefully nothing serious on Aaron's end, and hopefully he's all okay.
Yeah. Real life happens, so, you know, hopefully Aaron, as you said, is safe and everything is okay. But it was some other commitment that came up, something else. But for the most part, you know, we still get a nice demonstration of how powerful these Targon PNZ decks are in the metagame. Despite everything, he still made top 4, so that's still very impressive.
And that will be Talpinator getting a free pass onto the next round, so he's definitely happy. And it is not a serious thing that occurred for Aaron, so nothing we can laugh about. He just has to play Runeterra Academy as well.
I see. Yeah, we're getting the update there.
Friday is a you know, a tough day for Runeterra. A lot of action going on all over the place. You have to make sure you find technology to split yourself into 2 different corporal bodies to be able to play all these tournaments, but it happens, and Talpinator is very happy to be on the winning end of this result. Moves on to losers final and will have to face off against Tricky's Mushroom and other landmark lineup in the next round. So we're going to go to a very quick break, and we'll be back in 3 minutes with the losers final of this week's Fight Night tournament.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU, brought to you by Wisdom and Giant Slayer. My name is Scarzig, joined by Impetuous Panda. We are going to head into the next stage of the bracket. This next winner will be taking on Broken Ball in the grand finals.
And we have mushrooms back on the menu. The last two games we saw Tricky piloting this deck. They didn't quite work out. It wasn't quite ideal. You didn't find the Teemo and the Peddler early on, but ideally, as with, Akshan server players that find Akshan on 2, Lulu Fizz players that find Lulu on 3, you want to try and find these key pieces when you need to. And if you do, your deck is incredibly more explosive and the game plan actually starts making sense. So that's what Tricky really has to hope for this next match.
Yeah, you just play the 2 matches of bad RNG, get that out of the way, and then you head into the game where it really counts to stay in the tournament and get those Puffcat Peddlers on lawn. I am really excited. Again, this triple landmark lineup, it was like a bit of a cheeky thematic theme, but we're seeing that you actually do have a lot of bases covered. And again, the Shrooms just trying to be like an anti-control sort of vibe. And it's just that the decks overall, when you consider everything that's going on, have been just a little bit more aggressive than I think that Tricky would have hoped to see overall. But we're going to take a closer look at Talpinator's lineup because he's really encapsulated that aggressive mindset, I think, for today's tournament. This new Ping City, as you've called it, has been getting a decent start in the early game, but has had trouble converting to that true like mid-late game burn plan.
And it's a deck that has seen a lot of nerfs over time. Stone Stackers got nerfed. Just Contrologist. Just overall, it's a deck that isn't quite what it used to be. It kind of fell out of the meta for a reason. I think Pirates was just a better aggro option usually. But Treasure Trash is an interesting card, and sometimes you have to build the deck around it, and that's just how it goes. And that's maybe the case for Talpinator. It's a card that we haven't seen pop off just yet. We saw it play just once, and it was a little bit trashy in the results.
It had some potential. It's just that the opponent at the time had the perfect answers to not get completely destroyed by the crack shot triplets.
But as we've seen, these players kind of, paying for the bad luck has already been processed, and now only good luck remains. So Treasure Trash going to pop off in this series. The Mushroom's going to pop off, and when everything pops off, that means we're going to have a fun series of Runeterra ahead of a Scarzig, because both of these players are ready to go, and they're fighting for a spot in next week's event by making it to top 2, and for a spot in the grand finals to try and fight against Broken Ball for the Fight Night Championship.
And the second deck that Talpinator has brought to help him with that is Yordles and Arms. Has the one of Treasured Trash in this variant too. This is a card that is flexed in and out of the deck as time has gone on. But the players that play a ton of this deck and are very comfortable don't like running the Treasure Trash, but it's always that X factor that can just Hail Mary you into some victories, especially in the mirror match when you're kind of just trading down against your opponent over and over and there's no clear victor. Treasured Trash can be the card that breaks that stalemate. This version opting for only 2 copies of Yordle Captain. When you want to run a card as good as this, something else has to be cut to make room.
And talking about no real Victor, that won't be the case in deck number 3, because Victor is being paired off with any champion that accepts him. And Ziggs is always happy to be played in any deck because he wants to see the world and the opponent burn, their Nexus included. And this is a mishmash of just aggressive burn cards that, that's just the theme. Same we have the landmark theme for Tricky. We have this same aggressive burning theme from Talpinator with all 3 of his decks.
I mean, we can just see how just solid of a unit Ziggs is. A 3-mana 3/4 that deals 1 to the Nexus, like has that that's impact damage, also has that bonus attack a la Misfortune against a blocker, with no landmark synergy. Just running this as a good unit. And I think that out of all the games we've seen with Talpinator, I think we've only seen 1 game where Ziggs has even been drawn. So maybe we can get a better conversion of, Boom Baboons, All Night Urchin, Ziggs on 3, and actually see some really devastating tempo come out of this list.
I'm wondering now what of these 3 decks will be banned on Talpinator's side. I assume the Fizz Lulu, just because it just is the more consistent, more established deck that is known to be a real threat, whereas this new version of Pink City and this deck are a bit more experimental, I would say, not quite proven decks that have shown other players say, hey, you should be scared of this deck because it's just very strong. Not maybe quite the case, but we'll see. All three decks are very similar in what they're trying to do, so I think the ban is a little bit less important to some degree compared to other lineups where there's a very clear deck that you want to kind of, with Field of Rush, for example, the last series against Aaron, where it's a deck that really messes up your game, and you have to ban that one no matter what.
I think that overall Talpinator was maybe projecting a little bit more Sun Disc in this tournament lineup, where you can ban like the control decks that have a lot of healing, and you're trying to use this more aggressive lineup to bully Sun Disc. And a lot of players are just saying, well, since I have the option to ban Sun Disc, I can pretty much bring whatever I want. And we can see that without that kind of being the great cutting off point of the metagame, it opens up so many possibilities. And throughout today, the only like common threads have been Yordles and Arms and Sun Disc being brought essentially as ban bait, and then players just running the things that they like to play around the sides of that with like Echo Zillion and then these other aggressive lists and fun Victor brews.
Yeah, we're going to see, I think we're not going to see the bans coming through right now, but it looks like Targon's Peak was banned on Trick East side, and Victor Ziggs was the ban, actually, not the Fizz Lulu on the side of Talpinator. So interesting to see that being the ban where it's a less established deck.
I guess you're only banning Victor Ziggs because of the Aftershock. Has the one, it's the one deck that has landmark removal.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
Tricky has to ban it, and then you're going to try to run it up against the Lulu Fizz. So when we consider Sun Disc and Targon's Peak getting banned, then it's Mushrooms. So it's going to be Mushrooms and Targon's Peak versus Yordles and Arms.
Peak got banned, so Monoshirima is
so
available.
it's Mushrooms and Monoshirima. Right. Monoshirima.
Those will be the options for Tricky, and again, the Mushrooms deck is a deck that maybe doesn't fare so well against aggro decks. Doesn't really have, it kind of has early game that doesn't want to block necessarily, want to stay on the backline and not really go into combat very often. You have freezes, yes, but that's not really the cleanest answer to units. It's just a stalling element. So, and there's not really a draw effect from most aggro decks. Quite the opposite, where they run out of fuel. They don't really have ways to card draw and just draw into more mushrooms. So we'll see how that ends up panning out. I think it's gonna be tricky to try and get a win with the Mushrooms deck against lists that are just purely trying to burn them down before you can have time to get those mushrooms accumulated.
Yeah, we saw earlier as well with Tricky versus Broken Ball, the Mushrooms playing into Yordles and Arms. The Frostbites are supposed to help you in that matchup, but sometimes you just have these really clunky draws where Frostbites don't remove the board. They only hold the fort. They only stave off a threat for a turn. And Yordles and Arms, as long as they get to maintain their board, they still keep that threat level up. They're going to kill you eventually. And Tricky's definitely learned his lesson about Thermogenic Beam. Going to definitely be focusing in much harder on killing that Lulu, killing that Yordle captain. And again, with the good luck maybe shining through at this stage of the bracket, we can get that Puffcat Peddler set up, and we'll see how many mushrooms we can put into the list. I did catch a glimpse in chat. Apparently, Tricky played that mushroom deck off stream and put 180 mushrooms in the opponent's deck, and then they like didn't draw any or something like that. So it's like, the bad luck has been slowly being spent over the course of the last few days, apparently.
I think there's some issues now with the game starting, so we're going to have to stall just a little bit longer, but the games are coming through. We're going to go to a very quick break, and we'll be back, hopefully, with the start of Game 1 of the Losers Final. So please don't go anywhere. Stay tuned, because the mushrooms are coming, and I have a good feeling about them this time, so don't go anywhere.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. After getting a few more minutes to sort out a quick technical difficulty, the players do have their bands locked in already, and they're about to jump into the game here. The losers finals, the winner of this, trying to move on to the grand finals versus Broken Ball. We've got Tricky and Talpinator trying to go the distance.
And Talpinator is Italian, so there is a chance for a Italian Civil War grand final, which I think we have never seen in Fight Night history. So a lot of historical moments in this edition of Fight Night. We saw earlier the vengeance on the green
Fang Warden.
When I don't know the exact name, a card is doomed, and that is the case for our poor Scouty Barrier Boy that doesn't see too much play unless the treasure trash summons him. I guess quite fittingly.
And the vengeance was randomly generated off of Ferris Financier, so that's pretty cool.
There we go.
So it's also important to note that both of these players were sent to the losers bracket by Broken Ball, so they have to duel one another in order to get the right for that rematch.
And we'll see. I think Tricky now with the mushrooms is going to be what everyone is waiting for. We saw it really pop off in the first series against Gouda when the tournament first started off. In the last series was a bit underwhelming, and I think it's just something that doesn't happen very often when you have the full mulligan. You have a pretty high chance of finding the peddler early on. Teemo as well.
Especially with the handful of draws to lead up to round 3, but
the caster curse has come through retroactively. With the game having already started, the universe knew what we were going to say and took away these draws from our poor player Tricky here. No peddler, no Teemo. Maybe Teemo was there, but it died in the process. We will never know. Maybe.
So we've got Flash Freeze versus the Misfortune. Still going to deal 1 damage, though. Gnar can still swing freely, but we have the 4/4 now to chump the Misfortune down.
This is not good.
And this puts vulnerable on the Ezreal. And when you're playing against Talpinator's burn-centric lineup, playing the Hexcore Foundry and giving him extra draws is not something you want to do. Peddler off the top.
Peddler off the top. The Gnar transforms, levels up, becomes Mega. And the Peddler does not show up, but his little brother, Mr. Teemo, does come through and is ready to rumble. Will there be poison dart going straight into his face? It's highly likely. Or a parley. Or a pokey stick. Or a mystic shot. No, not a mystic shot.
Yeah, there's so many. Teemo's got so many.
Not mystic shot, though.
Pilfered goods. Steal the mystic shot. Talpinator's been on that conchal, just getting the pilfered goods all day today. And we did miss the first couple turns. We'll never know.
Now, can Teemo catch a break? Yes. He connects once. 5 mushrooms go into the deck. No peddler yet, but the hand is waiting for peddler to come in. You have the mushrooms. You have a lot of cheap spells to proc the effect, and you have an Ezreal that's still on the board. It can become that secondary win con like Zoe is sometimes in Targon decks.
So Mystic Shot goes onto the Gnar, and this is a really interesting decision to not go for burn, but because by hitting the Gnar like this, it does get put in Brittle Steel range.
And it keeps alive your key unit, Mr. Ezreal, who is hoping to flip and deal some extra chip damage of his own once these spells are committed. Chumpwump, I'm sorry to say this, but you have to get out of the way. The last few games, he's been taking the spot of Peddler. He's been just taking all the spotlight. He's been drawn into hand every time, 2 or 3 copies, and he's not the card we want right now. We want the Peddler instead.
Yeah, the Mushroom Clouds are pretty nice. We can level up Teemo, maybe get that flip. If Talpinator is saying, well, I plan on ending the game very quickly, so the amount of mushrooms doesn't truly matter, we'll have to see. Face Sprout was grabbed off of Conchologist. We get, oh no, several attach units available from this position. Tasty Fae Folk. Grandfather Fae for even more Swarm. Seedling. Putting impact on it, a 3/3 with impact. Now we've got the Stone Stackers as a 2/3 with impact. Huge overwhelm damage coming through from the Gnar. I guess we can go for the Flash Freeze.
Yeah, Talpinator considering what is going to be the better sequencing of attacks, and especially where to pull the Ezreal vulnerable, knowing that the freeze is most likely going to come in with the mana that is available, and with a deck that Tricky is running with so many cards in hand.
Yeah, I think that you don't really focus on protecting the Ezreal from here. You're maybe hoping to mind game the Brittle Steel or top deck into it. It's just that with Ezreal having vulnerable permanently, thanks to Gnar's effect, he's just going to be under constant assault, and we can't really, realistically protect him.
The Flash Freeze comes in onto the Mega Gnar. 1 point of damage can come onto it thanks to Teemo just coming into the combat for a quick swing, although nothing lethal. And this next top deck is a do or die moment for the entirety of Tricky's game plan. If he finds a peddler, he's going to machine gun these mushroom clouds until it is a rainy day here in Runeterra, and hopefully have a chance to get more of an express lane of mushrooms coming into the deck. Instead of going for that slow game plan from the very beginning, kind of do a burst game plan instead, with Teemo leveled up now as well.
And so now Teemo's a 2/2. The only prayer that Talpinator has is maybe a double up.
And then you're going to have to machine gun all these mushroom clouds anyway, and just go for the swing with Teemo and hope that's enough. Hope there's not a way to deal with this 2/2 stat line, which is really not all that hard to deal with.
Yep, going to keep 5 mana open for Three Sisters Fury of the North to protect this Teemo against potential double up. And we've got the puff caps being doubled to 48.
Oh. And the Fury of the North here is going to be massive if it's able to stop these 2 combat tricks and still deal damage with the extra attack as well. And that's going to be the case here. Immediate Three Sisters into the Fury of the North, the extra stat line, getting even more attack on the Teemo, and the duplication, most importantly, the mushrooms still coming through.
So we get 5 damage now.
Oh no.
Duplication down the road. Gnar's Wallop! The stun on the Teemo, denying the doubled up mushrooms. Still has to draw 1 card. Thanks to the pokey stick.
I think that's going to be it just from the state of the current board now. Full board from Talpinator. The open
Gnar's
attack
gonna
coming
level
in
up
next
again.
turn. Overwhelm on the Gnar. Teemo, our poor boy, going to die here with a vulnerable, and that's going to be GG, I think. I mean, you have the Mystic Shot to answer 1 unit, but you have the Lightning Rush even to deal with that.
Yeah, no Puffcat Peddler, no Brittle Steel. Ricky's just got to let this first game go through.
Game 1 goes to Talpinator. Found a bit of a,
Finally got to see this deck hit the board and actually generate some tempo. Every other game we've seen from Talpinator has been incredibly slow, and Gnar has been the linchpin to actually start bullying and answering the board.
That being said, once again, Tricky was not really able to get the Teemo Peddler game plan going on early, very early into the game. Instead, didn't find the Peddler at all. Once again, the entire sequence of this game with not a single Peddler found. And when you're missing one of the key engines in your game plan, it's just the deck just stops making sense. You're stalling, but you're not really stalling for anything in particular. We saw the health there was still, 12, 13, 14 HP for Talpinator, and not really that many mushrooms in the deck either. So it just becomes very difficult if you're not able to draw this key card.
And so, again, with this list, you have a lot of defense to keep the Puffcat Peddler alive once it does hit the board, but you've got to be able to draw it. That's the key. You're going more all in on the Puffcat Peddler without running other mushroom engines, and even the Chump Wumps end up being too slow. It's just a 4-mana 4/4, very solid stat line on its own, but then the Mushroom Clouds just don't do anything to hold down the fort. And now we've got Yordles in Arms versus Mono Shurima. Talpinator still looking pretty favored from this position. Tricky might be able to pull it off with a clutch Quicksand or a clutch Rite of Negation against the Yordles in Arms. We've got Xerath and Azir in hand with the Endless Devout. This is looking like a perfect draw for Tricky.
We have the Flame Chompers. We don't have a Lulu in hand just yet. We don't have a way to discard these Flame Chompers to get them onto the board for turn 3. And more importantly, we don't have the attack token on turn 3. So really the scariest part of this game plan for Talpinator is not going to come to fruition just yet. That being said, turn 4 can still be very scary. And that's really the weakness in the armor for Tricky, these earlier turns when you don't have the Xerath set up yet, you don't have the Endless Devout, value on the board, for example, the mid-range in those turns, 5, 6, and 7. Because once you get to that point, it's kind of over if you're not already, chipping down your opponent quite a bit.
So offers up the Fizz as a trade there. Tricky, I think, had already lost to a Playful Trickster line, and so is going to prioritize getting that Fizz off the board to take away Playful Trickster as an option, just in exchange for getting 3 more damage. I think Talpinator recognizing this hand is so awkward, I just need to start going for tempo. Azir also going to hit the board early. Talpinator does not have any threat against this card, specifically without Lulu and Flame Chompers and like a pokey stick to take down this juicy 5 HP. So now we have more offensive and defensive capability in play.
I'll be happy to take the 2 damage here, keep the Mayor as healthy as possible. We move now into turn 4. Azanite Urchin number 2 is found. You can get the full combo out here with 2 Flame Chompers, but there isn't really anything that you can capitalize
Lulu
with
off the top from Zanite Urchin.
You find the Lulu off the top deck, and now all of a sudden this is looking a lot scarier.
We've got Preservarium that can be summoned. If you wanted to keep open the Rite of the Arcane, if you're fearing the Lulu, she's also discounted due to Mare, so we can play Lulu and we can play Grandfather Fae or the other Zanite Urchin to get another Flame Chompers.
And the Waking Sands being pulled out here, making the attack maybe not as ideal, but you can still, like you mentioned, get Zanite Urchins to the second Flame Chompers, pull that out of the way instead. No mana now for either player.
Ooh.
And a full swing potentially coming through for Talpinator. Maybe not a full swing because you still have the Zir trading very favorably into everything else.
So this is specifically to just guarantee a value trade on the Lulu. We get to pull the Sandstone Charger, so Flame Chompers essentially dealing the 2 damage needed here without any help. And now that is 7 HP going through onto the Nexus. If we look at the board state right now, we've got Ionia, Bandle City, PNZ. We need 1 more, and then Bilgewater with Fizz. Yordles and Arms is activated, and no Rite of Negation for Tricky.
And that was the explosive turn 4 we needed. I was talking about, you have this window of time in the minigame where you have to deal a lot of damage, set up a very good board state for Yordles and Arms, and that has been the case there. Perfect draw when he needed it most.
Yeah, like the early board looked so good, but it was the Lulu top deck allowing the rest of this awkward hand to get beautifully tied together. Rite of Arcane needs to come through to answer this Lulu at the very least. We get the response there and a 5/3 Restored Devout in play. We've got to somehow find the tempo to play out this Xerath as well.
And the biggest thing is the hand for Tricky has no Rite of Negation. That is the one thing that Talpinator is probably most nervous about because he only has one option right now, and that is just YOLOing the Yordles and Arms onto the stack. And no answer, no punishment. A full attack comes in. Tricky going to have to trade off his entire board because if even just 2 of these units connect, that's going to be GG. You have Quicksand to mitigate some damage, but I still think it's not going to be enough to stop the lethal here. 31 damage, 20 damage connecting onto the Nexus. It's too much to handle, and Tricky will lose the game to Talpinator. 2-0 advances to the grand finals of today's Fight Night tournament. And Tricky passed maybe that first round, maybe the second round, just wasn't able to get his decks to perform the way he wanted them to. Unfortunately for us, it was a really good start to the tournament. We really got to see why Mushrooms is a great deck, but then after that, it's faltering a bit here and there, and just the full potential wasn't found once again, unfortunately.
The Mushrooms just weren't able to make it happen. And then the Sundisk, right? Being like that middle ground deck of either my opponent is going to be playing a lineup that beats it, so they don't need to ban it. Anything that fears the Sundisk is going to ban that. And that's what Tricky was hoping for, that you ban the Sundisk, and then the Mushroom deck plays against those control decks that are forced to ban the Sundisk. But if you approach that problem from the opposite side, where you can beat Sundisk, then the Mushrooms are also going to be struggling into those aggressive matchups as well. Puffcat Peddler can sometimes allow you to clutch out those wins, but without that hope, without that key unit, it just was not a viable strategy, unfortunately. So Tricky does go down here, still made the top 4, still very impressive, and Talpinator able to secure the rematch against Broken Ball in the grand finals. And we're going to get to that once we get back from this quick break, so don't go anywhere. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We're just about to jump into the grand finals. Broken Ball and Talpinator going at it for a rematch, the Italian Civil War here in the final match of the day.
And they're doing it with interesting lineups. Talpinator especially full on aggro. We've seen it before in Fight Night where a player just brings very aggressive lists and is able to find the right matchups, find the right meta to find success with decks that maybe aren't considered as high IQ as others, but still they get the job done when they have the opportunity to do so. And the last series was a key example of that, where Tricky's lineup just wasn't really prepared, I think, for that level of aggro, and just two clean and pretty dominating wins and a 2-0 sweep in the end. So we'll see if that will be the same case for Broken Ball.
Yeah, the last
as you
time
mentioned
these
before,
players played against each other, Broken Ball got the 2-0.
Mm-hmm.
Very prepared for the lineups.
And a lot of this came from Talpinator just faltering in the early game, not being able to get those initial big swings in with that chip damage across the sides with the wide boards, and that just ending, pretty much right there. And that's going to be the key thing, I think, at this point, because all of Talpinator's lists, they don't really have a way. I mean, I guess Treasure Trash to some extent, but overall, if he misses that momentum in the early to mid game, he doesn't really have enough burn to really just close out the game only with burn in the end, and that's what he has to really be focusing on in this series.
Yeah, Broken Ball's decks kind of still have that aggressive potential for the early game, but have this sort of like very spooky inevitability that a lot of these aggressive decks typically don't get, right? Like Echo Zillion has the threat of that Chrono Break, or eventually just Echo and Voice of the Risen bullying you out of the game with Hexite Crystals, the Victor Vi. Every single threat is scaling up due to Augment, the threat of Atrocity to close out the game. And then, of course, the final one as well, the Lulu Fizz. Just the longer the game goes, the higher the chance is that they're just going to finally assemble the pieces and execute you. And so it's definitely on Talpinator to be playing, I would honestly say, very recklessly at this point. Just go all in and just trust that your aggressive decks are going to draw what you need to close out the game.
And for anyone of our viewers worried about the power level of Yordle and Arms, I have some good news for you, because YIA is going to be MIA in this grand finals, has been banned by both players. So Fizz Lulu will not be making a showing in the next few matches. It will instead be all the other very interesting decks like Victor Ziggs that Talpinator has brought to this tournament. Quick reminder for the viewers, this is of course going to be a double losers bracket, winners bracket. That means that Broken Ball currently, because he has not lost a series yet in this tournament, has that extra life going into the grand finals. It will be Talpinator's job to not just win this first series. That would only force the bracket reset. He then would have to win a second series to become the champion of this week's fight night. So has a lot of work cut out for him. And as you mentioned before, the current results, Broken Ball has already won their last series in this tournament 2-0. So the odds are definitely against Talpinator, I think. But we've seen it fight it before. We've seen kind of the tradition of the bracket resets, and there is definitely hope for him.
Yeah, I mean, when you are able to play these aggressive decks once again, right, against the same opponents, the same potential lineups, there's always a chance. Like we saw Talpinator really struggling, and then suddenly you hit the crazy curve with Mirai Warden and Gnar, and then that tempo really does come to the forefront. And maybe Tricky wasn't the one that was able to shake off the bad luck, and it's actually Talpinator here who's able to challenge the grand finals here, a heavy hitter like Broken Ball, and maybe run it back.
And the results are very kind of swingy with aggro, where if you just have a really scuffed hand until turn 3, turn 4, and Talpinator hits not really the nuts, but just a workable, early game hand with 1 and 2 and 3 guys, or maybe multiple 1-drops, that swing effect can just win the game outright. And that's what was the opposite that ended up happening in their first series, which is why I think the 2-0 was so clear and dominant from Broken Ball. But it can happen the other way around as well. Aggro just historically always had, when a game has less decisions to make and less rounds in general, the decisions that happen are going to be that much more impactful, and that's usually the case with aggro as well. So we'll see what the early game looks like in these matchups, because it might completely change the outcome of the series.
With Echo Zillion hitting the forefront, trying to go for those predicts. If you don't get your Fallen Felines early, or those free drop borders, maybe you do fall behind in your ability to defend yourself. Even with so many predictions, you don't necessarily want to go for Quicksand if you're looking for Echo, or if you're looking for that Voice of the Risen or some of your other key cards. If you turn down a Scrying Sands or a Quicksand, the inability to tone down the amount of damage you're potentially taking does still open you up to those burn outs.
Yeah, the game will be starting hopefully very soon, and we're finally able to get some Italian action on the stream. I think it's the first time, as I mentioned before, that 2 Italians face off in the grand finals. So many fight nights have happened that I just claim certain things that might be completely wrong, but they feel right to me. So I'm going to say it's never happened before.
That sounds right. I mean, we've got a lot of stuff that's never happened before. Vengeance on a Green Fang Warden. That I'm confident that interaction has never actually happened before in all of Runeterra.
Deep being played in the tournament, for example, another one that hasn't happened before. So, I mean, it's a long list, of course. Runeterra is a complicated game with so many different variables, like Deep being a good deck at some point in the future. And we're there. We're there for all the surprises that are coming our way. Maybe some deep buffs coming through from the devs. Not in this patch, though, it looked like. But there's hope. Hopium is always there for us. And Hopium will have to be there for Talpinator, because the bracket reset is looking difficult, especially when you have someone like Broken Ball, who is so comfortable and so experienced on the Echo Zillion, proved it in that money match versus Mo. Definitely, backed up all the claims that he had. Usually most of the Twitter warfare, no one backs up anything. They just
You
attack
can
each
just
other.
type whatever you want.
But Broken Ball is someone that, a man of honor. He said, no, I'm going to prove it to you. I'm going to put my money where my mouth is. And he came through with it.
It is important to note that what was at stake wasn't necessarily that whether or not Echo Zillion was good, but whether or not it was favored into Ezreal Caitlyn. And so that was proven there. Ezreal Caitlyn is, again, another deck that is very good on the ladder because it has a very wide variety of staple matchups. And in the tournament scene, rather than going for that kind of stable across wide variety of matchups style of deck, people are opting for Targon PNZ instead with the Aphelios and the Vi.
Simply because I think the top end is just a little bit better.
And you get a little bit more healing too.
Yeah, exactly. I think just the better version of that idea, unfortunately, because I do love the PNZ Noxus version. But with all the nerfs that it was hit with in the past, it's going to have a very hard time fully recovering to that extent.
So Talpinator with the attack token on turn 2 with Mirai Warden. Broken Ball doesn't have a turn 1 play, does have the Zonite Urchin. You can play it out without discarding a card if he feels he's under a lot of threat here. Yikes. Affectionate Poro being generated off of the Mirai Warden.
You have the Misfortune as well, but you aren't attacking on odds, so not really ideal for Talpinator in this case. And there's a Get Excited ready to go, ready to answer from Broken Ball.
Ferris Financier generates a copy of the Harrowing as well. I'm certain that this card will be very impactful later on in the game. You probably just discard it with the Zonite Urchin, though. I love these passes. Broken Ball, despite playing an elusive, focused, very aggressive list, with the hand being so slow, has adopted a very control-oriented stance.
I mean, when you're playing against aggro, you have to know you're the slower deck. You have to know that you have to play for control, and they're just going to bleed themselves out once they run out of resources, once you're able to survive the early onslaught. And you have to make sure to not take any extra damage that you don't need to in the early game. That's the biggest thing to watch out for, and completely change your own game plan to accommodate to that fact.
Poro Cannon, just setting up, getting the Daring Poros in play. Being a little bit of chip damage here. Not going for the Get Excited against the Misfortune, however.
Gonna be
so he's going to let this open attack go through.
Poro...
Broken Ball may be tempting Talpinator into an open attack.
Ooh, Treasure Seeker. Not a bad pull. Talking about running out of resources, all of a sudden you have a little bit more to work with now. The Sandstone Charger possibility.
So we've got Misfortune. You get a freebie on the Daring Poro. Victor maybe is still forced to block down, especially with the Sandstone Charger.
That's a big play, I think.
Yeah.
To drag out the Poro, get the free kill with the MF ping, and then also now force the Victor. Ooh, it's going to be the Contrologist instead. So maybe thinking a little bit more long-term, knowing that he hasn't lost the board just yet. Quite the opposite. Has a very good start on the board, as we mentioned. It's something that Talpinator needs to do. And only play out the Sandstone Charger due to its ephemeral nature once he's on kind of that last swing that we've talked about it before.
Get Excited. Discarding the other Daring Poro to take out the Misfortune before they get that swing. So it's 1 damage missed out. That means that the Daring Poro will get traded 1 for 1 into the Affectionate Poro. Doesn't get that free double tap, the love tap. And we've got 1 mana open for the Poison Dart if you really wanted to go for that line, but just trying to deal some chip damage to Victor, it looks like, holding the Poison Dart and the Pokey Stick to keep him under control. Every time aggro goes up against Victor, this is what happens. You have to try to go incredibly wide and tempo him down, and you're always crossing your fingers for every round thereafter. Will he get tough? Will he get regeneration? Elusive? Lifesteal? So many bad outcomes for Talpinator here.
Lifesteal's the biggest one, really, in this matchup. All the work that you put in trying to get that little bit of damage here and there. The moment Victor with the scaling attack gets lifesteal, you have to be incredibly careful about even entering combat. So if it happens in these first few turns, I'll say the game is over right now, to be honest. It's that impactful, really. It will be overwhelmed instead.
Yeah, it gets overwhelmed and faded. So there is the answer here with Poison Dart and Pokey Stick. No way to proc the faded here. Wait, no, Ambush can proc faded to survive this. But Broken Ball lets it go through. has the Vi cooking, can just save the ambush to get a huge elusive swing and finish off with a potential atrocity top deck.
Still mana available now for Talpinator. Can play out another Conchologist here and go for another, what could be a very wide swing next turn as well.
Broken Ball also has access to the Poro Cannon to buff Vi up to 10 attack and then level her up this round. And then we have that consistent pressure. Even keeps the harrowing.
I mean, why not?
I mean, why not? Yeah.
What can Talpinator do to stop this? It's going to be a game-winning swing if we get to that point. And we're not too far away. The next stack token you can do it if you save the right amount of spell mana.
We do have Lightning Rush to sidestep, deny the Vi level up, get 2 damage on the Nexus, put the Conchologist back in the hand to get another card. Looks like that is going to be the line.
That will be the case. No strike means no level up for Vi in this case. As we saw earlier today as well with the the damage when she is leveled up, she needs to be striking for her effect to really work.
So as we head later and later into the mid game, Talpinator really missing out on the opportunities to properly set up here. Conchologist maybe gets...
Ooh, stress defense is big. That can
very
really
big.
Swing things with atrocity especially. That could be a very interesting pickup for Talpinator. If the wrong combination of cards are assembled in hand for Broken Ball, you can never really predict what Conchologist has pulled.
The Teeny Dactyls have been so awkward here.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan.
Every time the Teeny Dactyls looks like they're going to be set up, there's no way to damage the Nexus. There's something big like a Vi. I think Vi has just been like on Teeny Dactyl patrol every time we see this matchup over and over again. So many people bringing Vi because of its ability to answer these key backline threats. So yeah, goes for the wide swing, gets some damage through on the Nexus, but now no way to develop the Teeny Dactyl to actually take advantage of that.
Broken Ball seems happy to take 5, to go down to 9 HP. I think it would be a bit too much of a risk. I was just saying earlier, you really don't want any extra damage that you need to come through onto your Nexus, because you end up getting into very risky positions. But at 14 HP, very healthy, 12 HP even, definitely out of range of burn.
So here in the next turn, Broken Ball just has ambush to put a bunch of attack on the Vi.
Wait, the harrowing.
The herring brings back Victor and like a Zonite Urchin, I think, and a few Daring Poros. Lightning Rush another one. So Vi does not get her strike effect. Gonna deny that with the Mystic Shot here.
Talpinator is now the control player. He has bled Broken Ball of resources. The Teeny Dactyl army is now swooping down. And he's the HP leader as well. So
now we have to damage the Nexus here. Can you go wide enough? We've got the Crackshot Corsair.
This is a hidden tech now with aggro. You wait for the second wave. You store up the power, and then you go for the forbidden turn 8 wide swing. Lethal damage when your opponent has 2 ambushes and a harrowing.
It all makes perfect sense. Here's the swing. Crackshot Corsair pings the Nexus. This means we have the double Teeny Dactyl development transforming into Pterodactyl. Some big plays, some impact units, and consistent damage on the Nexus. As long as Talpinator can survive against the ambush, we might be good to go, especially with stress defense.
A lot of players didn't know this, but when 2 Teeny Dactyls are on the board and they transform, they fuse together. They become a behemoth with 2 heads, and the game ends. The game ends, Scarzig. Take my word for it.
Hydrodactyl.
Oh.
Teeny Dactyl Digivolve 2.
Must have glitched out there. The fusion didn't quite work. I think he was just something didn't work in the lab. But
the harrowing from Paris Financier.
The most pathetic harrowing of all time.
There's the wide swing. We still have stress defense. We can chump this down. Broken Ball is hoping for a top deck of some description that can save them. Maybe the Atrocity with the Vi. If the stress defense is forced out this game, Victor with the Hex Core. What does he get?
Can get lifesteal.
Faded.
It's destiny, Scarzig. It's the key word trying to tell us that it's Talpinator's time to shine. No lifesteal yet again. Teeny Dactyl number 1 is going to get traded away by this Vi. 2 elusive damage taken through, but still very, very healthy right now for Talpinator. Double Up is also there to stop some damage, and there's no counterplay for Broken Ball.
Do you go for, because here's the thing, the Harrowing summoned the Boom Baboon, so you added the Flame Chompers to your hand, so your ambush is active. Do we go for ambush on Vi? That's 10, 14, 15, 16. You're 3 short. You're 1 off.
There's a stress defense, though. I mean, this is a card that has been saved up for this moment. Broken Ball thinks he has it all figured out. Next things he knows, 3 turns ago, Conchologist came in clutch with the stress defense pickup. And there it's happening now. And Talpinator is just salivating, knowing that he is 1 step deeper.
We do have access to the double up. Got to trade into the Victor. We can trade down against the Boom Baboon. This means that both of the Pterodactyls do survive. You're going down to 5 from this position. And these are all ephemeral, so you still don't have something that you can use as a double up target. So do you just double up one of these Daring Poros right now and take the hit from Vi?
Well, you can do both. Now you can stress defense and you can double up on this turn.
Oh,
you have
yeah.
mana for both. So no need to decide between the two. You can do it all if you're Talpinator, because you've been patient. You've reached this point, turn 9 with an aggro deck still fighting. Broken Ball did have a pretty scuffed hand all throughout the mid game with a double ambush, with the Harrowing, with not really much working out for him. But now that there is no mana to work with for Broken Ball, this is your key turn to go in with double up to guarantee the damage when you can. And you still have a wide board next turn. Only Vi surviving. All trades going in your favor on the board here because Broken Ball went for the all-in ambush that didn't pan out because of the stress defense. And we're seeing it here. This open swing cannot be dealt with from Broken Ball.
Absolutely devastating here. Even getting the Harrowing off the Ferris Financier was a great wide swing, but Talpinator was just able to slowly develop the board, and that is going to be the end.
Talpinator one step closer to trying to make it to that bracket reset. Is 1 win away now. Broken Ball, of course, will still try and go for the reverse sweep and end things right here and now in this series. But Talpinator has a chance now. Has won 1 out of the 4 games he has to win to become Fight Night champion.
And again, that deck that we've seen be very inconsistent over the course of today's broadcast, now finally able to find these avenues to demonstrate its power. The Teeny Dactyl looked like it was going to miss the window of opportunity to become a useful card, but once you're able to get one set up and then the other, it was beautiful. We also got to say Lightning Rush off of Conchologist to deny the Vi level up for a couple rounds was also very massive. This list had a huge spike in win rate.
It's happened again. The triplets. I'm telling you, it is the theme of the day. This is not a coincidence. It's the 3rd 1-drop that we see. 3 ofs, the 3 sisters in this case getting together, and this can't be a coincidence. It's not over yet.
And what's great about this is that they're also going to generate the triplets of Sandstone Charger.
There we go. The 2-in-1. Uh-oh. The Fallen Felines are getting together. There's 1 more left. We saw the drop borders already. We saw the Corsairs as well. Fallen Feline has been missing 3 cats. That's a dangerous amount of cats.
And with all the predicts, it's certainly something you want to go for. Against Talpinator's list, you know it's going to be aggressive. You want to wipe that board with the Hex Crystals. And with so many predicts with double Hexite Crystal in the early game, you can just wipe the board at your leisure. There's drop border.
Uh-oh. Can he go for the forbidden double triplet combination? No.
The full
surely.
house?
Surely. He won't. Well, more than a full house, because in poker you can't have six. It's 5 maximum. So he's bending the rules.
The full house royale.
With Zillion by his hand, he can do it. He can do what he needs to do, bend whatever laws of physics and temporality, whatever else he needs to do to make sure the double triplet game plan. But Zillion has to be sacrificed then, or else there won't be space on the board.
All right, Hexite Crystal is found, and a Time Bomb is also predicted and put on top. Talpinator's current board and hand are now useless. Broken Ball just going to very easily cruise through the early mid-game and just keep Talpinator from developing any threat. Even though there's only a handful of points of damage in play, there's not going to be enough to actually maintain that threat level from this position.
Talpinator sees there isn't a chance to play the Crystal this turn, so he's going to squeeze what value he can, throw out the third Treasure Seeker, and trade off the entire board into the incredible 1-3 stat line of Drop Border surviving the trades.
Getting those into play for free off the predicts is so strong for this deck to keep up against early aggression, and it's one of the key points that really made players fall in love with this deck.
Huge swing.
3 damage.
3 damage coming in. I'm not sure if Talpinator will be able to recover from that open attack from Broken Ball.
Victor is about to carry. Rolls.
There's
the triplets!
I'm telling you, Scarzig, today is, I don't know if it's cursed or blessed, but something's going on. With these triplets, there's...
Elusive on the Victor! Talpinator's trying to make it happen. Broken Ball has the quicksand in hand, however. Double Time Bomb and a Hexite Crystal means Victor's going to go down unless this is a spell shield.
It's a one-man army fighting against one-attack units. Victor has what it takes. Sandstone Charger coming in. The 5 attacks versus the 1 attacks. I mean, the stat lines are in favor of Talpinator, of course. Has the elusive. Has the scout as well. Or no, has the fury rather. Never mind.
So here comes the quicksand. We could just take 4 points of attack and all the keywords for Victor to chump down. Get rid of this Zillion so you can play the second one that's in the hand. So many predicts. So many time bombs.
And the message there is, if we have 1 attack, you have 1 attack as well, Victor. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Don't try and be all fancy with your keywords and your big attack numbers, because really, we're all the same. Just 1 attack units doing 3 damage to Nexus every turn.
So I think Talpinator might actually need to get excited this Chronomancer so that Victor doesn't go down to 2 HP and die to Time Bomb plus Hexite Crystal. Or double Time Bomb, rather.
Heimer Emote, a classic from Broken Ball, coming in with a mental warfare as well, knowing that this might be the chance for Talpinator to force a bracket reset, and hitting him with the Heimer Emote. This is,
the Fallen Feline, the third! Not in play all at the same time, however, but getting the third copy is still pretty sick.
Doesn't quite count. The drop borders know what's up, though.
Drop border chilling.
Could be a massive swing here for Broken Ball. 4 more of these and game would be over. But instead going to develop here because he thinks he needs a little bit more juice on this board.
Looking for Voice of the Risen. We can level up the Zillion. Hey, you got to take the hit. This massive 5 damage.
10. Listen, you think I'm joking, Scarzig, but this is how you win games on ladder. You just keep chipping away. Next thing you know, turn 12.
Scout, elusive.
Game's over.
Scout.
He's at 1 HP though.
Okay, so Ferris Financier can get
probably a lot of things, but not those things.
I was wondering if there was something that he could get that could save the Victor here.
I think it's Spirit Fire, right, to be able to deal with the next big swing.
Yeah, you take the Spirit Fire.
Negative 1 attack on all the drop borders. Sounds pretty good to me.
But now we can't protect the Victor. It's really unfortunate.
Oh, he's going for it now. All the drop borders now even more pathetic than they were before. 0 attack on all these units. Gonna get deleted, and Broken Ball says, let me do that one for you. Plays out the Time Bomb instead. The zap comes through. Victor gets taken down in the process, and Zillion levels up.
Yeah, just no way to protect the Victor in this list. The time bombs came through clutch, a very rare line we're seeing where the echo is kind of, you know, just not even part of this equation. It's all just time bombs and hexite crystals, keeping Talpinator's board clear, dealing tons of chip damage, and slowly about to set up a big swing on the next couple turns.
And still just not much going for Talpinator here. 7 HP on his Nexus, 20 for Broken Ball, in full control of this game. We talked about the fact that if Broken Ball had those good early game and mid game boards, and we've been obviously laughing a bit at these drop borders, but it's a presence. It's the fact that now no damage has gone through on Broken Ball's side.
This very much signals to Broken Ball this is a desperation play. You have to get rid of this Zillion so they don't double up the Hexite Crystal. We could see a Rite of Negation here.
I think we have to, yeah. I mean, what else does Broken Ball have in his hand, though? It would be literally one drop order left trying to fight.
So we've got Negation, and then Talpinator negates the negate in order to kill the Zillion. And so next we've got...
Never have players fought so hard to defend so little. This is the struggle of the most pathetic cards in Runeterra. And players like, no.
This is what
was the last time?
We got to scale back the stats and have like just the stat lines be 1-1s and 2-1s. Just fighting.
Someone tried to defend a Zillion. Zillion is literally the first card you say, throw it into the meat grinder. The moment you can, you immediately sacrifice it.
Exactly. So here comes Voice of the Risen off the tops. Now we actually have some threatening stat lines here.
Uh-oh, Absolver is lethal. It's over. Wait, you can't do anything about it. Voice of the Risen coming in clutch, elevating the drop border to where it needs to go.
We can get the Flame Choppers and play off a Poro Cannon to get a block here. We've got Hexite Crystal and Absolver. I think it is going to be lethal still.
Just enough damage comes through on more than enough damage, 2 extra, and that will be lethal. Broken Ball coming back into this series was one of the most exciting games of Runeterra I have ever seen in my life. The triple drop orders came out for the second time today that they have congregated in trios, which is forbidden technology that everyone knows. If you're able to get all 3 drop orders on the board at the same time, you win the game. You don't know how you win the game yet. It's kind of always a mystery, but you end up winning, and that's the case here for Broken Ball. Wins the game too,
with the forbidden third champion in the deck, Voice of the Risen.
Exactly. The classic third champion is always one of the strongest strategies in Runeterra. When you're able to sneak in a follower that is as strong as a champion, we saw it with Rune Runner in the past. We saw it, quite a few different cards that were able to bypass the laws of 6 champions only.
So Talpinator, coming back into game number 3, has to try to take down this Victor Vi atrocity, and
one more Treasure Seeker, Scarzig, and I'm done with the cast. I'm gonna go, buy some lottery tickets or something, because there's some funky energy in the universe right now, and you have to capitalize on it.
And Treasure Seeker deals 2 damage right off the top, and Broken Ball has a pretty decent curve, has the Boom Baboon, Poro Cannon to get the Flame Chompers into play. Double Neandroid. There's only 2 copies in Broken Ball's deck, by the way, so there's not going to be any triplets of the cats unless there's an iterative improvement.
That doesn't really count, though. It's like a fraternal triplet, Not really identical. You can tell something's off.
So instead, we've just got another wide development here. Discarding the Ignition, drawing a card, just trying to keep up the pressure here. If we can get enough early work done, we can convert to a burn game plan before the Vi and everything like that becomes a big issue.
See how wide Talpinator wants to go here. Can go for a big swing here with only 1 mana up for Broken Ball. No more unit mana available. You can go for Treasure Seeker number 2 and Zonite Urchin as well. But instead, going to opt to go for the Sandstone Charger. Can't swing with Ballistic Bot because of the 3 damage on this Boom Baboon.
Taking away 1 trade already. Sandstone Charger comes through, but Broken Ball has the Poro Cannon to get this Flame Chompers down to trade away the 5/2. Is
he going to go for it does seem to be the play if you really value not taking this 5 damage. Maybe just takes it in the end, but yeah. I'm gonna go over the Flame Charmer play as you mentioned. Gets the free value block there onto the Ephemeral. No damage taken once again, Broken Ball. Understands the value of his HP total against pretty much any one of Talpinator's lists that are all very aggressive.
I like actually taking the damage with the Android here. You're worried about some removal to clear it, but because you've got the second one in hand and Victor, you just have so many scaling threats that if you just force Talpinator to play whack-a-mole against all of these targets, they're not going to be focused on killing your Nexus, and then you kind of just naturally win in the late game, especially now with Vi entering the picture.
Victor can be answered by Victor.
The Victor Wars!
And the unit next to it also getting buffed, so who will pull off the best,
Faded!
biggest... Okay. I'm telling
Victor
you.
keeps getting faded. If Talpinator gets faded as well. Elusive! Okay, now we're talking. Talpinator is the blessed one. Rolls quick attack.
Another ballistic bot.
A lot of created cards on Talpinator's side. The trouble with Talpinator's Victor is even though it can scale up and get big, Broken Ball does have like Vi and the access to Flame Chompers to just pull it to the side and nullify that effect. So Talpinator does need to go a bit more aggressive, I think, with his Victor.
Even the ambush with a +2 attack on one of the elusive blockers can just trade into him.
So
5 mana to work with still. Didn't commit the ballistic ball before the Hex Core was played out, so I guess that's not the line he's going for this turn.
yeah, Ferris Financier potentially. So much elusive damage on Broken Ball's side already. Hex Core has not been used just yet either. Just going wide. Victor and Ballistic Bot offering up themselves to trade down the threats that are on the board currently.
You have to attack now because the chance of just the extra augment, or yeah, the extra just proc on the 3/1 would put it into trading distance with the Victor without there being any need for an ambush even.
And like you said, Broken Ball does have access to ambush to trade up if that's the play you want to go for. But with so much mana open, that's too risky of a line to take versus Victor. You just take your free block. You have the other Neandroid scaling up, and here comes Hex Core upgrade for Broken Ball's side.
Quick attack is found, which is going to be pretty good for forcing the open attack next turn, making the Victor not have a chance to trade at all into Broken Ball's Victor, and trying to win the long-term game plan here because it's a pretty stalled out mid-game. There's not any major threats. Most of them can be kind of chump blocked or just answered, and still very healthy nexuses for both players.
But goes for the Hex Core upgrade anyway. Says if I can get Challenger on this Victor or Lifesteal, I'm just going to seal the deal. Regeneration is also a good pickup.
Although the quick attack is a little bit redundant. I mean, you're not going to be taking damage anyway in most of the trades. You're going to get chump block without being damaged at all. So really kind of a low roll in that case for Broken Ball.
Regeneration on his Victor as well. With the spell shield means that he is pretty tanky. Broken Ball may need to go for the Vi here to move this thing out of the way before it scales up too hard.
Yeah. Going to play out one of the Daring Portals first. Going to see maybe what Talpinator commits to with his mana right now. Thinking they might need blockers or might need something. Just going to go out for the Ignition instead.
With Regeneration on the Victor, trying to go for a two-pronged way to remove him is going to be difficult. We have access to Ambush as well to put Elusive on the Victor. Puts Vi at 10 attack. We can go for a value trade or probably just pull the other blocker to the side, right? That'll be 7, 8, 9, 10, 14. Talpinator needs to go for the Shock Blast here to remove these other elusive threats from play. But you can just really see the synergy between these two cards. Getting all the extra created cards like Hex Core and the Ballistic Bot just gives you so much fodder to scale up Vi very quickly.
The ambush technology comes through. You can, of course, block it with your own Victor, but with a quick attack on Victor number 1 from Broken Ball, that would be Talpinator's Victor meeting his demise in this case, but instead you have to take 10 possibly, and that really accelerates the speed at which this game might spiral out of control. from Talpinator's position and would result in potentially, the end of this tournament if Broken Ball is able to win this game 3.
Every game I think we've seen Broken Ball play this list so far, he hasn't gotten the atrocity. There's only one copy in the deck. But with the potential to get Overwhelm on Victor, with Vi, dealing 5 damage to the Nexus by killing something, or just getting another ambush, is going to be pretty sizable. Can we get, what are we looking for? Lifesteal, quick attack on this Victor? Fury.
Nice.
Station Archivist.
Get excited if you want the extra bit of burn. If you think now you're maybe in position. Sandstone Charger comes out, going to force out a potential block.
And Talpinator is the one with an elusive threat in play. Has to develop the Sandstone Charger, is pressing the luck against the Hex Core upgrade, but doesn't get elusive for Broken Ball as a blocker. So we have 10 damage now. Going even wider potentially. Has Zonai Urshin Mystic Shot? Is there a way for Talpinator to maybe hit through with this Victor and get into position for burn?
Ooh. The Pharaoh's Financier can also, give you different, True Shot Barrage is an option for 3 more damage.
Another Shock Blast picked up, get you more burn. Progress Day to just as a Hail Mary draw 3 cards, find some burn that way. Progress Day used to be run way back in the Karma Ezreal days as a one of to just draw.
Also used to be a podcast, but no longer. It seems. Shout out to Mogwai, the worst podcast host of all time.
Yeah, but again, there are some options now for Ferris Financier to maybe pull a Hail Mary. There's no way to stop this Victor from connecting for 10, and you can see how volatile these games can truly end up being.
The attack has been locked in. The Mystic Shot is still there. -17, -12, 4 damage remaining. You have a chance to use Get Excited defensively if you're Broken Ball onto just the measly Zonai Urgent to stop 2 damage from connecting. Or you just have the Get Excited into the Flame Chompers, Flame Mode as a blocker, and instead there's not really anything you want to say. I guess maybe in this case you're killing off the 3/1, the Boom Baboon. Or I guess just Nexus is probably the best option, to be honest.
It's going to be close. Ferris Financier seems like a great pickup.
Ooh, I missed the mana. There's only 2 mana left for Broken Ball, so Get Excited is not actually an option. I'm going to have to drop now to 4 HP. Mystic Shot in hand for Talpinator. Just needs 2 more points of burn.
And with Talpinator now being in this position, you can wait for Broken Ball to have to maybe be forced to put an Atrocity on the stack. Maybe has to find another ambush or has to take that extra action of Hex Core upgrade. Yikes. These are not...
Yikes.
Shuriva PNZ does have some pretty rough duds. Spirit Fire does remove 2 attack from enemies, but you're already at 10 HP, so that's not really going to help you. The Flame Chompers pulls your Victor to the side, so you don't get that potential buff.
Shifting sands. Shifting meta. Shifting sands. That's how it goes, Scarzig. You have to adapt to the meta, and sometimes you have to play cards that you've never seen before, in my case.
Yeah, I've never seen this card be played either.
When one of the picks from Ferris Financier is a card you haven't seen before, you know it's looking pretty rough. And that happens quite often in some regions.
And so Broken Ball is saying, I have the kill on the enemy Victor. So we can remove this threat from the game. We don't have that elusive threat. We deal 5 to the Nexus. My Victor can also swing through with quick attack. There is a chump block here.
It's 5 damage from the Vi as well. I mean, this is a lot. Yeah, 8 damage onto Nexus. 2 HP for Talpinator after this swing. You can't Mystic the 3/3. Shifting Sands, as we all know, is a slow speed card. Right, Scarzig?
Oh, yeah. I mean, after we've seen it played so many times. So both players now coming down to the top deck wars. The Victor has not rolled lifesteal.
Victor
True
remains.
Shot Barrage!
I told you. But there isn't mana for everything, Scarzig. And that's sometimes how the caster blessing works. You give him the blessing.
Archivist finds the get excited!
And your opponent instead finds the get excited when he needs it. And that's just how it goes sometimes. You don't have mana for your own lethal combo.
We saw from the previous round that Archivist revealed there was a get excited in the top cards of the deck already. So the second Archivist guarantees that pull.
And Broken Ball has to go for it because it's fleeting. So there's no mind games. He knows he's at the mercy of whatever is in hand for Talpinator, and True Shot Barrage is not it. Get excited for Broken Ball. Broken Ball wins game 3 and becomes our Fight Night champion, wins the Italian Civil War in the process. And he is now, is it the fourth time he wins maybe? He's up there. He's won one already recently.
Been popping off after his long break.
He's trying to climb up into that elite level of 4+ wins that Ultraman is at, that I believe there's one player in Americas as well that is at.
Mudkip?
Possibly. But overall, very, very impressive from Broken Ball. Played it out perfectly and did a great, great job. I know we are not going to break because Broken Ball, I think, is a busy man that has more games to be played. And we are, I believe, jumping right into an interview like never before in Fight Night history. We're not wasting any time. Broken Ball, congrats on the win.
Can you hear us? Is he there? Broken Ball. Can you
read
read me?
Can you speak?
Yes, we can hear you, friend.
Okay, yeah, the producer had to give me the go to talk. What's up?
Producer. It's always a producer.
Congratulations on your victory. I want to quickly ask you about Victor Vi, the Atrocity deck. Do you feel that this is a superior version over Victor Riven and some of the other Victor brews we've seen floating around?
Like that the Legion's card makes you play at a bit more flexible speed because you can put pressure in a more consistent way throughout all the game, and I think it's more consistent in certain matchups, and I like it for that. I don't want to polarize myself with Victor Riven in certain tournaments when I think like I'm the better player. I don't need to idle to win or some bullshit like that.
I want to ask you, Broken Ball, you face off against Talpinator now in the Grand Finals, also an Italian player. Where's the Italian scene at right now in Runeterra? You've been kind of maybe the star of your country for most of this, but we have a lot of players that are fighting for a chance to also come into the spotlight. What is your perspective right now on your country in Runeterra?
I think they're pretty good. They're definitely not France or Germany level Spain is kind of falling off. Not gonna lie.
Yeah. What about Spain?
Yeah, I think we're catching up to Spain. Like a lot of.
Whoa! Cut him off, Ice-T. Cut him off.
No, you're catching up to Spain. In maybe a few months, we can surpass them, I think.
Cool. I'm glad to see that you're supporting that scene and you're hopeful for the future. I also wanted to quickly ask about the careful prep in your Echo Zillion. Is that something you're committed to, or is it still under testing?
No, it's a nasty one for the time being. It's not tried and true. I tried it today. I drew it like once throughout all the tournament, and it didn't do much. It unbricked one hand, which is pretty cool, but it's a nasty one-off. There's a lot of cards that can be nasty one-offs, and that's what makes LoR beautiful, I guess.
A bigger, more broad question about the current meta. Obviously, we're getting closer and closer to the seasonal. Players are already starting to obviously think about lineups, about different strategy they can go for. What do you think the meta currently looks like going to seasonal, going to a tournament that the tournament everyone is thinking about really? Do you think there's still a lot of evolution that's going to happen in the next few weeks? Do you think it's already kind of stabilized a little bit?
Well, for seasonals, there will be some forced evolution because of the patch. So we will be forced to evolve. And we already saw the preview and are buffing everything that is mid-range. So there will be a lot of fighting for the board. About this meta, I think it's pretty weird because I made a tweet a few days ago that every deck feels unoptimized, which is weird for being this late into a meta. Like no list feels refined. Yeah, everyone is disagreeing on how to build decks, which is pretty cool. But I don't think we can go into seasons with a meta like this. Like Mono Shurima is slightly too good for the kind of deck that it is. Like it would be like if Trolls was the best deck of the game in the game at some point. Like that can't happen. Like a deck like this can't be the best deck in the game.
Yeah, we needed a deck like Deep maybe has to be the best. Right?
Yeah, neither that.
Seasonals is always the time of year where Deep comes out of hiding to go, wait a minute, the meta's really good for it.
Don't bring my hopes up. We know that's not going to happen. All right, Broken Ball. Any ideas about what your lineup might look like. Any decks, you're obviously Echo Zillion is a deck that you seem to be very experienced on. You beat Mo in the money match that we all got to enjoy. Is that the deck that you think has a very high chance of beating your seasonal lineup even because of how strong you feel with it?
I don't think so. I think the deck is more like weirdly well situated position in this tournament meta. It beats Yordle in arms, it beats Demacia, it beats aggro, and it beats a lot of control decks, and its counters are not being played. But I suspect like the power level of the deck is not that high. I think it's a very meta dependent deck. And for seasonals, I usually go for stronger decks so I can outskill opponents instead of relying on some weird meta pick.
I mean, that pretty much sums it up, right? You want to make sure that you're confident in your skill and that you're able to outplay the opponent. So, I mean, the Echo Zillion deck has really demonstrated that. Only a handful of players have been really able to showcase how powerful it can be. And hopefully you can continue that trend. But as we end the interview, just one quick question about shout outs. Anybody else in the Italian scene you maybe want us to shine a spotlight on? Anybody who's helped you test your lineups or the other decks that you're comfortable with for this tournament scene?
I mean, I guess I'll shout out Simon for putting Echo Zillion back in my radar. I'll shout out the Italian scene because of the whole Super League thing they got going on, which I think is doing a good job at promoting our scene and making everyone play better and compete, which is what we all want. And I'll shout out the competitors today because I'm drinking thanks to them. I'll go drink, and they're paying apparently. And that's it, I guess.
Not sure we have any problem promoting stuff. So drinking water is what he meant. Broken Ball's very hydrated tonight, moisturized in his element after having won a big fight night tournament. So big congrats, Broken Ball, on your very clean play today, on another great win. Do you know how many I assume you know how many fight nights you've won at this point?
Yes, sir. 3. Babe.
3. So we were talking about it. You're getting close to that 4, which is the mythical elite.
Also, I would have also won the last one where I was in, but apparently some people didn't get the memo that the first fight night after a patch you're supposed to meme around and not bring civil action and scouts. Like what?
That's true. Most people do miss that memo, but today at least we got some very interesting decks. So I think everyone got the right memo, the right email as well. Broken Ball, thanks so much for your performance today, for bringing interesting decks like the Victor deck with Atrocity. Definitely something that was not on my radar before the day. I think it still won't be, unfortunately, but
it better not be.
But a big win for you, and big congrats, and we hope to see you doing the same next week as well.
Yes, sir. Bye-bye.
All right, so everyone, that was Broken Ball once again, our newly crowned champion for Fight Night Legends EU, still trying to pad his record, get more and more wins, and bring the Italian Runeterra scene to greatness and really make it a region to be reckoned with and not just him kind of carrying the scene. So I'm really glad to hear his insights, and congratulations once again to him.
And that will be it for us today. A very quick transition from tournament win into the interview, into the outro. But we do have important information to share with you guys. There will be a few editions of Fight Night that are going to be canceled for the regular weeks. And we will be seeing the next Fight Night for Americas on the 9th of May. And the next Fight Night for EU, the 13th of May. So Broken Ball will have a bit of a break to see where the meta goes and come back as strong as possible for the fight night that will happen. That will happen essentially right before the seasonal. So it'll be the pre-seasonal fight nights that are always so interesting to see because it really gives us a more accurate view of what the meta will look like for the big seasonal tournament. So thank you so much, guys, for joining us for today's fight night. Hope you guys enjoy the games and the different lineups. And we will see you guys in a few weeks from now. Bye-bye.